Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the National Band Association Symposium here at Westchester University. Who are you?
Hey, I'm Dr. Andrew Józwiak. I have the privilege of being the Director of Bands here at Westchester University, and who are you?
My name is Andrew Hitz, and Andy keeps inviting me every year to host this stream by saying things like, who are you, rather than introducing him. So yesterday was awesome. It was really special. If you are just tuning in for the first time, then the way that this works is that there is a band that is on stage, and the band that is on stage for today is J.P. McCaskey High School under the direction of John Johnston, and you are going to get to see them clinicked by 3 different clinicians. Why don't you tell us about them? 2 of them are wonderful in-house from Westchester here, and one is a special guest who came a long ways.
Yeah, super excited to have Rebecca Phillips from Colorado State University with us this weekend. Again, if you're just tuning in for the first time for today's sessions, bring a bucket because you're going to love all the knowledge that's getting dripped from the podium today. We also have Adam Gumbel and Greg Martin, who are going to be joining us from Westchester University doing a little bit of work. And as Andrew was saying, this weekend is kind of unique in that a lot of times when you see these kind of events happening, they're back-end experiences. Everybody has prepared for months, they're bringing their best. It's a performance that represents everything that they've worked toward throughout their performance cycle. This is kind of the opposite. This is, a lot of the music is going to be very new to the ensembles. There's going to be a lot of airing of dirty laundry, and we're going to work through it and try to get some stuff cleaned over the course of the sessions today. At the end, we have what we call a show and tell, just to kind of chart the progress of the groups and give the students a little bit of a capstone product at the end of the day.
There you go. Airing dirty laundry and a bucket for the knowledge. I like that you're really
a lot of knowledge dripping today, baby.
Spitting the imagery this morning. Yeah, it's really great. There's a ton of value in having bands that are like fully prepared, ready to go, and have those polished. But this is just something that's different than normal, and it's also a unique chance for the audience to see 3 different clinicians working with the same group of kids. They won't all be working on the same music, but it's really neat to see the various approaches and to get to. And the last thing that I'll say is that halfway through each of the sessions, whoever is working with the band here on stage will come out, and I will talk to them for just a couple of minutes about what they've done and about what they're about to do, and like a little bit of the pedagogy, and then send them back in. And I also have to mention that the other group that is here this morning is Hatboro Horsham High School under the direction of Erica Westcott. So looking forward to hearing both of them, and also the Westchester University Wind Ensemble at the end of today's festivities. So, all right, well, let's get you in there and get things kicked off. Thank you very much for joining us.
Okay, you're gonna rally as the day goes on, I know it. I'm Andrew Yozviak, and I have the privilege of being the director of bands here at Westchester University. And I'd just like to take a moment to welcome y'all and thank you for giving up a Saturday to spend some time here on our campus and with a number of really, really great clinicians who will be working with you today. I'm not sure how much any of your directors have talked to you about what this experience is going to be, but for us, we kind of see this as a concert band camp. You know, like when you get in your marching show together in the summer, everybody kind of gets together, and everything is new, and it's the start of this journey for the season, where you start putting everything together and getting excited about your concept and meeting new friends and coming together in that setting. For us, this is a very similar kind of thing, but for the concert band. And you may have assessments later in the spring. Certainly you're gonna have your concerts in and around your school and your own community. And what we hope is that today represents a chance for you to get some really great information that's going to get you both excited about your programming and maybe offer some different ways of looking at things. You all have such very sound processes in your schools and with your directors, and the warm-up routine you do, and how you go about producing sound, and the different ways you talk about communicating within your ensembles. We have a couple clinicians who are going to be working with you today, and part of the challenge for you is going to be taking everything that they're offering you, trying to figure out what's the same. It's like, oh yeah, they say that all the time. You know, we're hearing it from some other person. And maybe there's something a little bit different. It's like, all right, how do we feel about that? Does that fit into what we do? Or how does that fit into what we do? So you get to cultivate all of the things you have been doing with some new ideas that you may be able to work into the mix of what you do every day in your concert rehearsals. So I want to introduce those people you're going to be working with today. And the first person I want to recognize is our guest from Colorado State University. Please welcome Dr. Rebecca Phillips. And we also have my two incredible colleagues here at Westchester University, Dr. M. Gregory Martin. And Dr. Adam Gumbel. Additionally, after dinner, we have an incredible musician, an even better person, and I think he also plays a little tuba, in Andrew Hitz, who's going to be talking to you a little bit after dinner. Please welcome him. All right, so there will be a couple different times that you're in the hall, in the seating area here. And we have a little bit of a flow we're going to use just so everybody is coming and going and not running into each other. So as we get ready to go to our rehearsal spaces for the day, anytime you leave the seats and come up on stage, either for your rehearsal area or to perform, you're going to go through that door, that exit right there, and there's a hallway right behind that wall, and it kind of dumps you out right by the piano. So you go through that hall, up on stage, and take your seat on stage if you're going to the stage. If you're going to one of the classrooms or one of the rehearsal spaces out in that area of the building, you're going to use that door. Make sense? Okay, great. Hey, look, have a great day. Ask questions, and note those things that you're going to be able to implement into your program after you leave here today. We'll look forward to your progress and the cool show and tell you'll do at the end of the day today around dinner time. Okay. All right, so Hatboro, if y'all could rise, and you'll go out right through the exit, back to the room you started in. Have a great day, friends.
Very first one. Hey, here we go. And 1, 2, ready.
Yeah, and this is because every space is different, and we just were at our state convention, and one of the local high schools was in a weird situation where it was very narrow on the stage.
Yeah.
So we just reconfigured the stage and I think you have the right to do that as their band. You advocate for them.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. So second row, keep moving down just a little bit more so we can get these horns in the setup. That's awesome. Thank you.
We can have more. Let's close the gap so we can Okay, well then
Yeah, does that feel more normal? Yeah. Love it. Love it. That's great. And the configuration of this, is this how you would normally have your stand?
Yeah.
With the lip on that side and, okay, great. So you'll be doing a lot of conducting today.
Okay.
Do you have a second set of scores?
I don't.
That's okay. And if you can in the future, I have something to look at. But if you, it's okay, I'm gonna look over your shoulder.
Okay.
If that's cool. All right, great. You ready to go?
Yep.
Cool.
All right, y'all. We are going to start with Choose Joy.
Actually, can we do something first? Sure. Great.
Absolutely.
Hey, y'all, good morning. My name's Dr. Phillips, and I am absolutely thrilled to be able to spend this time with you this morning. Thank you for being here, especially on a Saturday morning. I know we're all still waking up, but you're doing great. Percussion, I want to congratulate and compliment you on how quiet you were during the warm-up time. That's not always easy to do. There's a lot of things that make noise back there, and you did an absolutely great job. I would suggest that in your setup right now, anything you need to move so that it's exactly like your band room. So if that's always how far away the marimba is, great. If it's not normally that far away, bring those instruments up and closer. If the chimes are, do you play the chimes in one of the pieces you're doing? You might want to reset it so that you actually can see your director while you're doing that. So you guys take a minute to do that while we're going to do something else. Wind players, relax in your chairs for just a second. And I want you to just take in a deep breath for 4 counts. I want you to hold it for 4 counts and let it out for 4 counts. And I mean lots of air, okay? So here we go, we're gonna do this together. It's just breathing. Ready? Breathe in and through your mouth, not your nose. Hold it. Now really blow the air out strong. Yeah, and if your music starts falling off, you're doing it right. That's absolutely correct. Let's do that again. Breathing in really deep through your mouth, not your nose. Ready? Breathe in. Hold it. Breathe out. All right. So the holding is not actually how we would play, but it takes a second to just stretch out your lungs and your back. You're just now getting to the age where stretching becomes pretty important. So that's one of those things that we want to do. One of the things that we always want to remember as wind players is to breathe through our mouth, not our nose. So do me a favor. In 1 second, I'm going to go 3, 2, 1. I want you to take as much air through your nose as you possibly can. Ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let it out. This is 1 second to breathe in. You guys took about 2.5 seconds to breathe in through your nose. Try it in 1 second. You got a split second to do it. 3, 2, 1. And let it out. Now, do the same thing through your mouth. You have 1 second to do it. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Which one gets more air? Mouth, obviously. So, really important that when we're breathing to play our instrument, we're breathing through our mouths and not through our nose. Okay? Fantastic. Now, would you, the note that you started on today, was that a concert F? Great. Would you just play the most beautiful mezzo forte concert F you possibly can? You're going to breathe in, and I want to actually see that you're breathing in the count before you play. Okay? So I'm going to count off to 4. 1, 2, 3, breathe. Let's do that again. And I want even more air. And you want to go ahead and let that air go into your instrument. It doesn't have to be loud, but just use that nice warm air. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Fantastic. That's really good. Now, we're going to do something else. I'm going to ask our trombones and our euphonium. Would you please breathe in and play the concert F for us? I'm just going to listen to your sound. 1, 2, 3. Good job. Just imagine that your tongue and the back of your tongue is as down as far as you can in the back of your mouth so that you're making this echo chamber in your mouth. And now I want you to breathe, and I want you to get that tongue down and play that again. It's going to be a little hard to control your muscles, but let's see what you can do on the F. 1, 2, get that tongue down. Ready? Air. Put the air behind it. Yeah, it's hard to control that right now, but as you continue to work on these long tones, if you can get the tongue down in your mouth and open up the sound, that's fantastic. To play on that size horn and get that nice of a sound is awesome. That's really, really good. Tubas. Let's hear what we've got on a concert F, okay? Lots of air to fill up that thing. 1, 2, 3. Great. I want you to put too much air in the horn. I want you to actually think of you're going to play forte, maybe even fortissimo. And I don't care if the note busts, and I don't care if it goes all over the place. Take in a deep breath and play it. Put as much air behind that as you can. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there it happened. That's great. And it takes a second to get started because you're still building these muscles. Don't worry about the fact that that happens. The more that you just practice your long tones every single day, this will get stronger. These are just like when you lift weights. And the more you work on it, you'll start to hone in on that. French horns, do this for us. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's a well-defined sound, and hands are correct in the bells, so nice job. Very nice. Trumpets. 1, 2, 3. Say E. Say it to me. E. E. Say I. I want you to have that shape. You even breathe like E. I want two. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Ah, better sound already. So brass players, one of our worst enemies is getting the tongue in the way of the air. And it would be as if you took a water hose. Have you ever taken a water hose and you've bent it in half and the water stops? That's the same thing with the air. If we block it with the back of our tongue, we can't get the tone quality that we're looking for. Not bass clarinets, but B-flat clarinets. Could I hear you all on the F, on your G? Ready? 2, big breath. Even more air. More air. Don't be afraid to put more air in the instrument. I'm about to tell the saxophones the opposite. But for you all, put a lot of air in it. Flutes, let's hear it. 1, 2, ready? Good, keep focusing. Yes, and if you hear it kick in the octave, we just need to make sure that, you know what I'm talking about? You know how it kind of jumps around a little bit? That's just a focus thing. You have a band director that can tell you all about how to fix that because he's an oboist. Flute is going to be a secondary specialist for him, so he's got this. All right, bass clarinets, let me hear you. Good breath. 1, 2, ready? Excellent. So here's where you know when you're too loud. If it gets buzzy, that's when it's too loud, but you just filled out the sound and it was fantastic. Really, really good. Saxophones. We're now at the instrument that has so much power you can obliterate the band. I'm asking brass and flutes and clarinets to put tons of air in their instruments. You have to handle things a little differently, or it starts to sound like a lawnmower, right? So alto saxophones, take a deep breath, and then I want you to, as best as you can, just create the most beautiful sound. Don't worry about loud. Okay, here we go. Just altos. 2, ready? That's forte. That's gorgeous. Now, you know you can put 5 times as much air in that instrument, and it can just be super loud. You will have to be careful. You want to try to blend with your alto neighbors. And so that's your team. Tenors. This is where it starts to get really scary. Be gentle. 1, 2, ready? That's probably forte. You almost lost your sound. That's not forte. But do you see how gentle you have to be? Do you have a jazz band? Totally opposite. Tenors rule the roost. Okay? You're going to actually put some of that buzz in the sound. In the classical setting, you have to be careful. Barry saxophone. Here we go. 2, ready, gentle. That is a fantastic sound. So the one thing you want to be careful is not to slap the reed with your tongue. You know how it's a pop at the beginning? Fantastic in jazz band. And you can even get a little buzz on your sound in jazz band. Here, relax that a little bit. So let's not slap the reed. Here we go. 2, ready? Ooh. You hear the pop? That's something that you just work on over time. So now what I would like for you guys to do, by the way, great job, great patience in the back. We need about 1 more minute, and then we're going to get into joy. Choose joy. We're going to get into choose joy. So wind players, this is really, really good. It's not much fun to play long tones. I call it yoga for band. Okay? Every day, just take a minute and do long tones on your own. That's how you create a beautiful sound on your instrument. Then the tonguing exercise, it's just what you did in your warm-up, but take your time. So let's do that warm-up again. You did F, E, F. Am I correct? Here we go, and we're going to go slower. 1, 2, ready? Now, did that sound like you were putting full air in your instrument? Absolutely not. Do it again and fill your instruments up with the most beautiful sound because you filled it up with air. 1, 2, you need a bigger breath. Ready? We're not on a metronome. Here we go. Here's the next one. Easy tenors. Great. Notice how we're going to just take our time with that. We're not going to put a metronome to it. We're not going to just march through. Tenor saxophones, what happens is you want to save the brass players. You hear a little bit of airiness, and so you're like, I'm going to play louder and fix it. You can't. They have to fix it. You just play gentle. Does that make sense? Great. The tonguing exercise, you guys did a fantastic job. Just for fun, on an F, play 4 quarter notes. Staccato. Dum, 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 and 1, 2, ready? Again, get the right partial ready and go. Beautiful. One more time, a little faster. A little faster and ready and go. What do you have to do when you get faster to the note length? Brilliant. Yes. You have to make it shorter. So here's the tempo now. What are you going to do about it? 1, 2, ready, go. Was that a good sound? Who was the loudest instrument in the band? Just point to the tenor saxophones. Great, do it again. Shh. 1, 2, ready. Good, a little bit more energy from our low brass and our trumpets. Horns, it sounds great. 1, 2, ready. Okay, that's okay that we're on the wrong partial right now because we're going to get that tenor saxophones. That's great control. Awesome. Let's jump into Choose Joy. Thank you. Nice job, folks. Always think about getting full air in. You are a wind instrument.
All right, here we go. 5, 3, 1. Hey, are we noticing in this space? I've spent a lot of time in this space. We feel how it's there's a lot more roundness to it. It sounds very different from our room, yeah. So this is a great time to reinforce what we've talked about. Who is responsible for time? Everybody. We're all responsible for time. Help each other out. All right, here's the top of Choose Joy. Cushions up.
this piece.
It's so good.
I didn't know it, and it is really well written.
Yeah.
So bravo. Folks, you sound great. Timpani, my compliments on the mallets you're using. They're very staccato. Often, even the college students pick these fluffy mallets and something that's supposed to be staccato, so that's fantastic. Bass drum, you're doing a solid job back there. That particular bass drum is very ringy, and I think you're gonna have to put a lot more of your hand, really press your left hand on that thing to get it to stop ringing as much. Can you try that for me? In fact, put your hand and really press on the drum pretty hard. And now, okay, and do you hear how the back head rings a lot on that drum? That's okay, that's kind of normal. So in this situation, you always want to bring towels with you. It's okay if you don't have them today, but in the future, just have a thing of towels and a little clip, and that way you can help with deadening the backside of the drum, and I think that'll help as well. The snare sounds a little loose, so it could be that you just move the sticks placement on that and dry that up a little bit. And I think that will help. But folks, fantastic job on all of that. Could we go to the first time that our sleigh bells, you're doing a great job, that the sleigh bells are taking over the pulse? What measure is that?
Around 27.
27. All right, cool. So here's what I would like to do, folks. I would like to start at 27, and there's not going to be any conductor. You are totally on your own, and you are now in charge. Ready? Here we go.
Do it. You got it.
You don't have to worry about anything. You just keep perfect time, and the band's going to follow you on the sleigh bells. Ready? 1 and 2. You got this. 1, 2, ready, go. So often we feel like maybe we have to help with a lot of the time, and your ears are strong enough that if you kind of listen to each other, that you're going to catch that time from back there. And what you said at the beginning of rehearsal was so important. Everyone's responsible for pulse. However, that's actually not the job of the conductor. That's your job. So I would like for him to be able to just stop conducting and allow the time to happen within the group. The solo and the duet's beautiful. I know I said to be careful about not playing too loudly. You have to put a little more air into that to match. So could we have that right now? It's pick up into 31. Sleigh bells, would you please play? You're gonna start at 31, and you're gonna hear a flute play a pickup into it. Ready? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. There you go. Now I have a question. With that part that you have, are they 4 even 16th notes? So you're not exactly doing 4 even 16 notes. And this is me being super picky because it sounds great. But if the flute player starts with the 4 even 16th notes and then you're joining and playing the same thing, you have to match. So it has to be a little bit more stately. Does that make sense? Can we try where both of you play? We don't need sleigh bells. Rest your hand for a minute. That gets tiring, doesn't it? You're doing a great job. Keep building those muscles so you don't slow down, but you're doing great. So let's do the pickup into, it's gonna be your 5th measure, pickup into 5th measure. It's where you start playing saxophone. Got it? 5th measure of 31. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, pick up into 35. 1 and 2 and 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I want you to do this. Da 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 dee, da 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 da. Tongue it, please. 1 and 2 and 3 and. Keep going. 1 and 2 and 3 and. More air. Yes. So this is how I would practice it. I would actually take the slur out and I would practice tonguing it until your finger muscles are automatic. Have you ever played a scale before and your mind went blank, especially a B-flat scale, and your mind went blank and you just kind of kept going? That's because your muscle memory takes over. That's the best thing in the world. That means that you really have practiced. And so that you want your muscle memory to take over, and it will help your fingers. So that's how I would prepare that over the next few weeks, okay? Great job. Now, we're gonna go to something else. The second time that this happens with the sleigh bells, where is that? It's right at the Ode to Joy.
That is right here. 59. That's
59.
70 to 63.
By the way, chimes, in the section right before we just started, you have this really cool melody. You need to play out just a little bit more. What measure was that? Let's see, before. Yes, could I please hear that? 1, 2, 1, 2, ready, go. Are there two sides to that? Yes. Are you playing on a side that has some stuff on it? Yes. What's on the other side? No stuff? Try that side. 1, 2, ready, go. Yes, so you have a muted side and an unmuted side. When you have a melody like this, you want to do the unmuted side. Okay?
So it should not be mezzo forte.
That is mezzo forte.
That is mezzo forte?
Put your arm back, put the pedal down, and hit something pretty hard. That's probably forte plus. Okay? You are nowhere near that right now. What you have to do is be heard. And right now, we can't hear you. So I would say do what you did before with the other side, and it should be great. It's just shocking to your ears because you're right by it. Okay, everybody in the band, would you please go right now to measure, is it 50 to 1, 59. 59, please. No conductor. Ready? 1 and 2, yes, you're in charge. 1 and 2, and 1, 2, ready, and go. Okay, stop. That was all good. I think the snare drum hit was a little hot. Did you feel that? The one that was, let's see. Da, 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 da. So where was that snare drum hit? You know what I'm talking about?
You're talking about right.
Yeah, it just got nailed. Be careful that we're not too loud. Hey, chimes needs to be louder. I know, same place, 59, 1, 2, everyone at 59, here we go. Yes. Keep going. Okay, cool. So here's what I wanted us to do right now in this section. When you have a slow melody, like you have there, our tendency as musicians is to play a little farther back on the beat. Now that's a heady concept, but stick with me for a second. You don't even know you're doing it, but it's correct. The problem is that the pulse underneath is this, which means throughout this little Ode to Joy half note thing that you had throughout the band, that part, trumpets in particular, when you come in on it later, were too far behind. Okay, so you have to hear that in the sleigh bells and stay da, da, dee, da, da, right in time. Does that make sense? Great, 59 again, chimes, that was great. 1, 2, we're gonna go for a minute, 2, here you go. See, that's late too. He's got to follow that, and for some reason he's hearing that late. There you go. Listen, listen. The counter melody is gorgeous. It shouldn't be lesser than the trumpet melody, but it should be equal. And so that tended, just because there's more of you, that tended to get a little strong, but really nicely played. Trombones, euphonium, beautiful timing on all of that. That's fantastic, well done. So let's jump ahead just a little bit. Trumpets, you come into the melody. 79? Is that where you first play the melody? Or is it 71? Nope, I think it's 79. Play at 79, please, and could I have no percussion, no flutes? We don't have an oboe, right? Okay, could I just have right now half note people? So, in fact, specifically, could I have first trumpet only? 1, 2, ready? Oh, sorry, and percussion 1. Whoever's playing the half notes right at 79. 1, 2, ready, and go, and. It's really hard to tell, but you're a little behind. Okay? Fine back there. He's going to follow you. Okay? Listen behind you, and if you don't line right up with the cymbal crown, hit that thing once so he knows what we're talking about. You want to line up with that. Do it again, and I won't conduct you. Ready, and go, and. Come on, cymbal. There it is. That's money. So somehow your ears have to go back there and listen to that. And wherever you were hitting it before, I said crown, but wherever you're hitting it, that's what we want. And then I believe Glockenspiel is playing that as well?
Something kind of similar.
Okay, great. If you're in the half note area, just make sure that that trio is lining up between cymbal, trumpet, and Glockenspiel. Does that make sense? Great. Could we have cymbal playing again? And this time, could we please have the clarinet section, the bass clarinet section, the bari saxophone, trumpet 2, trombones, and tuba. Here we go, we're at 79. So we're gonna have the cymbal for time, okay? And then the people that have really long notes. 1, 2, 79, and go, and. It's a really pretty chorale, and there isn't one voice, one instrument that's more important than the other. So here's what I'm hearing right now. I'm hearing a lot of second trumpet, and I'm not hearing quite enough trombone or clarinet. Could we try that again? I want more sound out of the clarinets, a little bit more sound out of you cats, and just be gentle second trumpets. 1, 2, ready, and go. Right on time. Da, 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 da. Don't be late. Da, 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 da. Yes. Your job is to make sure that that's balanced. Because any time that we can get all of the voices playing in more balance, the band sounds 4 times as the size. It sounds huge and really mature. So great job. Now, could we please put everybody together except for flutes and piccolo? Oh, we're coming to you. Don't you worry. Here we go, 79, no conductor. Here we go, 2. You got this, 1 and 2 and 1, 2, ready? On the bass drum was awesome. You can do a touch more of that. Just that one part, that roll. Yeah, so one thing I want to remind you of, you remember how when we did those long whole note things and we asked them to balance out? We definitely want you to balance with the first trumpet. So I'm going to stand back on the edge of the stage. We're going to do this together. And let's see how close we are to playing it the same. I think you might be able to play out a touch more. Believe it or not. Okay? Let's do it again. Same place. We're going to stand back here and see if we hear the balance. 1, 2, ready, and go, and. Yeah, I can hear the trumpet cutting through, and I'm hearing that counter melody really nice. But the other part is what makes it muddy. Yeah. It needs to be more tenor voice, less of the soprano voice. Does that make sense? Because guys, I want to know where the first trumpet has that great note. You probably know exactly where it is. Trumpets, all trumpets, would you play at 87? 1, 2, ready, and go. That one, where was that downbeat? 91. You were right. That is my favorite note right now in this. So will you crescendo into that note? And it's called a press or a lean. Dee da 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 da, dee da da. Just give it a little bit more love. Can we try that? I'm going to put everybody with us and see what you do. Both of you guys, right? You're both on that part? Okay, all right, here we go. Oh, someone else is? Who else is playing that? Just so I know. I heard 2. Okay, great. All right, that's totally cool. Everybody, we're at 87. I want to see if we can feel that press. 1, 2, have fun. Ready, and go, and. Come on! It's hard to do because it's not an accent with the tongue, it's with the air. First trumpets, 1, 2, 87, and go. Crescendo. Ah. You're tonguing through all of that. Da da dee da 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 dee da dee da. The note before it is where you need to swell. Does that make sense? We'll worry about pitch in a second. Let's do that again. 1, 2, ready, and go. Here it is. And which one's louder? Which one's louder, the downbeat at 91 or the note before it? The downbeat at 91. It's the one that has the friction, the dissonance with everything else. That is over time. We can work on that one and get that going. But that's, I would suggest, because it changes all of that in there. Great job, folks. We're at 87. Everybody's in. No conductor. 1, 2, ready, and go. And. I would make them listen and. Then you have to help them wherever that is. Okay. So I'm going to guess that wasn't supposed to be empty space. Percussion, were you supposed to be playing in there? Oh, no. We were just messing around with conducting. Yeah. Okay, so we don't have to go all the way back. Could we please start at 95? 1 and 2 at 95. Ready, go. Behind. It sits on the backside. But are we going faster than you normally go, though?
No.
Okay.
No.
We can fix that.
It's either healthy or right.
Stay there. It doesn't have to be faster. That's awesome. Trombones never get anything that fun. Euphoniums. Great job. Hey, did you feel that whole thing slowing down? Is it because I picked a tempo faster than you're used to, or is it because it slowed down? Say again? A little slower, but it slowed down. It slows down. Okay, hey, I have a thing I want you to do. Listen carefully, it's really important. Don't slow down. Boom! I know. When you have a tempo, when you slow down and you're not supposed to slow down, it loses energy. So let's see if we can fight that and not have that happen. 99. I'm going to help once. 1, 2. Is this okay tempo right here? Y'all okay? Nobody's hurt? All right, here we go. 1 and 2. At 99, drive the tempo. Yes, now you're driving. Now you're driving. So here's the symbols that you'll have to learn. When the 747 is waved off, stop playing. If he just stops conducting and gets really small, keep going. Until he does this, then stop. That's going to be the cue he's going to use from here on out, because he's going to just stop conducting and see if you can keep time. And it's really, really awesome, okay? You're doing a fantastic job. So could we go back, trombones, tenor saxophones, bari saxophones, bass clarinets, and xylophone. You have this wonderful part at 107, right? We're liking that part? Let's hear it. Let's hear pick up into 107. One, just those folks. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. What instrument do you hear the loudest? I actually hear the tenor saxophone the loudest. Could you play a little lighter? Just a little lighter. Let's try that. Ready? All right, grab 2 feet on the ground. Put your feet down. Yes, please do. Yes, thank you. Yes, please do. All right, here we go. Let's try that again. So what I'm looking for is a different tone color. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Tubas, that's fantastic. Bari saxophone, that is so gentle and wonderful, and it sounds like a nice bass part, and it's great. Bass clarinet's fantastic. Okay, so here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to take that part right now. I would like for, we're going to change this, so don't worry. I would like for every instrument except for bari saxophone to play as softly as you can, but you've got to make it happen. Bari saxophone, I want you to play fortissimo. This is not how we're going to perform this. I just want you to hear this. Ready? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. No percussion right now. Okay, that's option 1. Here's option 2. Bari saxophone. Now you're going to join the softest humanly possible. Bass clarinets, play really strong. Everybody's soft except bass clarinets. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, option 2. Bass clarinets, I want you to play really soft. Tenor saxophones, I want you to play loud. Everybody else is soft, but tenor saxophones. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's option 3. I want you to play really soft. Trombones, euphonium, tubas, I want you to crank it out. I want you all to be soft. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So you have a choice right there of 4 different timbres, is what they're called, or colors. Which one do you all like the best? Do you like the bass clarinet the loudest? Do you like the bari sax the loudest? Do you like the tenor saxophones the loudest? Or do you like it when the low brass is louder than the saxophones? Of course you do. Of course you do. Man, it's not for them to decide. What do you like, flutes? The bass clarinet or the trombones. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to ask the trombones and the tubas to play that loud. We're going to ask the bass clarinets to bring up your volume a little bit. We're going to ask the bari saxophone and tenor saxophones to keep it light, but we can have a teeny bit more from bari sax. Try that now. Do you understand? You can play out, a teeny bit out. Keep it light. There's 3 of you versus the world. Shh. And then play out. Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. You like that? Folks, that's called blend and balance. You can make any decision you want in a band. That is up to you all to do. You just have to know what the options are, and then you have to pick what makes sense. If this were a jazz band, I would tell the tenor saxophones and the bari saxophone to play out. There wouldn't even be a bass clarinet, okay? In this case, we want that sound to be a little bit different, and that's how we're going to accomplish it. Fantastic. Now, in a minute or 2, we have the trumpets get to do this. Could we please, trumpets, where are you doing this? Trumpets, will you please play at 1:15? Is that the place? That's about as close as they have it to that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Trumpets, let's do pick up into 115. So 114, trumpets by yourselves. I'm gonna give you 1, 2, and you're gonna come in 3. You got it? We're in 114. Ready, and 1, 2. I have a question. Do you have any slurs in that? Huh. Let's try that again. Ready, and 1, 2. Shh. Okay, better. What is the least interesting note that you have? What's the name of the note? B flat. Say D. Well, it's B flat. Yes, it's B flat for the second trumpet. That note that you do over and over again is really not interesting. Would you play those notes softer? And anytime you play something other than those notes, would you put a little accent on it? Look at it for a second. Acclimate your eyes. Second trumpets, you're going to play light on the B flats, and anything else you're going to play out. D is the note that we don't want to hear as much of from first trumpet. So let's try it. 2 for nothing. No slurring. Ready? And 1, 2. Yes, but I hear slurring still. Would you knock out the slurring? And would you put accents on those interesting notes? Everybody, we are at 115. Everybody at 115. I'm not going to conduct. Trumpets are helping lead. Trumpets are helping lead. All right, you're going to come in with the pickups again. Everybody else 115. Ready? And 1, 2. And... Stop. Trombone. Be careful of the wah. Wah, you want to control that a little bit more than that, all right? I don't think we lined up. Trumpets, we're going to start right on 115, no pickups. Can we do that, please? Here we go. 115. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Lyrical. What now? I love the foot tapping. I love the foot tapping. I know some people will come in and say, don't tap your feet. Thank you. There's not enough foot tapping in this world. Stop! We're going to wait on that for a second because there's some things that have to get fixed, and it might have to be fixed in a different session because we might run out of time. Am I supposed to go do that other thing right now? Okay, so you are being live streamed the entire day, just you. Do you know that? Yeah, it's pretty cool. You're doing a fantastic job. So the fact that you have been so attentive and you have been so tasteful in your playing is going out all over the region, not just in Pennsylvania. Keep doing that all day. So what happens right now is I step out to do an interview for the live stream where you actually get a second here to like not have to worry about being on TV. All right, and I think you'll do something. Is that what's happening, or is Mr. Yosby or you can let him stretch and take a face break because it's a long day. Yes. And I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and we can decide to go on to, since we worked a lot of that middle, we can do a different tune maybe. Sure. I'll see you in about 5 minutes.
All right.
Okay, here we are with Dr. Rebecca Phillips. Talk to us about what you were just doing.
That is a great group of kids.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, they're coming in on a Saturday morning and you could just see that they were tired. And the minute they started playing music, they were awake and
Yeah.
ready to go and energized. And you can tell they love what they do.
Yeah.
And the band director's just doing a fantastic job with them. So what we were working on today was lining up a little bit of the vertical. There's still some horizontal that needs to happen, but lining up some of the vertical balance and keeping pulse, which they do a great job. One thing I was really encouraged by is I see a lot of foot tapping, and I know there's a lot of people that will tell kids, don't tap your foot.
Right.
I think internalizing that pulse is so important,
Yeah.
and not discouraging from doing that. And as they get older, they learn to tap a toe.
Right.
But right now, tap the foot and let them learn how to feel that time.
Sure.
I think it's great.
One thing that I really appreciated that you did was you were working on balance. A couple of things. One is that you worked on balance, and then you told them that you stepped all the way to the edge of the stage, and you were explaining and demonstrating that it might sound too loud on their side of the instrument, but that all that matters is what it sounds like, not even on the podium.
Right.
And obviously not even the edge of the stage, although
Sure.
you know you can't get down from there feasibly, so you
Right,
got as
right.
far into the audience as
Yeah,
you could, and
yeah.
that's all that matters.
Yeah, and that, you know, the chime player with his head right by those, you know, metal tubes, that's going to sound really loud to him.
Right.
But it wasn't cutting through that band, and I
Yeah.
think it will, and that's such an important part of the connective material of that piece.
Right.
And so I think that's going to be fun to hear that later today.
Yeah, it's better to sound right than to be right. And yeah, and you can play mezzo forte,
Yeah.
but if it doesn't sound mezzo forte in the audience relative to the rest of the ensemble, then it's not
Very true.
mezzo forte.
Very
Yeah.
true.
And then I also loved how you took a section, and rather than simply saying tenor sax is a little less enthusiasm. You know, that's a
Right,
sarcastic
right.
way to put it, but you know,
Yeah.
less tenor sax.
Yeah.
You, I'd not seen somebody do this before, where you had each individual instrument group play louder, and then you actually had the band vote on it. And I also appreciated that the first person to vote was one of the tenor saxes who voted for the tenor sax loudest option.
course,
You
that
got
was-
to respect that.
That was a trombone thing for him to say, which I really appreciated. I have to be honest. Yeah, you know, I think kids have great ears.
Yeah.
And I think they are discerning, and they can help make these decisions. And if they're empowered to listen and decide how to make the soup,
Yeah.
you know, the soup might come out better.
And sometimes the kids don't even realize that they're allowed to make soup,
Right.
let alone that they can.
Right.
I mean, you're not even going to try if you're not.
Exactly.
Your math teacher doesn't
Yeah.
ask for your input, nor should they, on like how
Right.
to teach today's
Right.
algebra lesson.
Yes,
Yeah.
true.
So,
But-
anyway, all right. Well, let's get you back
All
in there.
right, thank
you so much.
Thanks. on in about 30 seconds, so if we could get in our seats. Here we go. Cool, and we'll put the cell phones away. Make sure we don't have anything happening. And you're doing great. Don't change anything you've been doing just because now you know there's a live stream. Just ignore it. You're doing just fine. In fact, you're doing really, really well. Okay, where's your band director? All right, so let's do this. I don't know the How to Train Your Dragon, but I did see the movie. Would you get that up? Do we know where the band director is? All right, so I'm going to ask you some questions, and this will be on the live stream while he's getting back up here. So just listen carefully. At your school, do you have a marching band? Cool. And I heard you had a jazz band, which is great, and obviously you have a concert band, which is fantastic. So is the drum major in the band? Was there one? There are two. So you're here today. That's fantastic. Great. And percussion. I'm curious, do you guys play in a battery, or do you have a pit, or both? What do you do on the marching band field? In other words, are you all on bass drum, tenors, snare drums, and cymbals? For the most part, yes. So there is also a pit? Okay, cool. I call those ice cream trucks because of the sound. It's really cool. All right, so now that your band director's back, we're going to start on How to Train Your Dragon, and I'm handing the podium over to you so I could hear this. Keep up the good work, everybody. All right, let's focus. Let's focus. Shh. Couple of things. The toms, we might want to put something on the toms so that it rings less. It's just ringing a lot on this particular stage, if that makes sense. Will you go ahead and play a pattern on that? Go ahead with that on that now. Great, take it off. Do it again. It's still ringing. Yeah. I think you want to put something on that, like you had. No, that was fine. What you put on it was great. Yeah, just don't accidentally leave it there. Okay? Percussion, hang on. Make sure that you are understanding in any given situation how loud your instrument is in that setting. Does your band room have carpet? Okay. Tile?
Partially, yeah.
Partial tile?
Tile and then wooden tiers.
I got you. Okay. So in this particular setting, there's just a lot of ring in that particular area from those instruments. So again, thanks for putting the towel on that. You still probably want to put your hand on, even on the towel. And then if you have a longer hit, you can actually lift the towel and hit. There's all kinds, bass drum's a fascinating instrument. There's a lot you can do with that. Timpani, I think it's working really well. I thought it was really clear, so nice job. So just deadening that tom, I think, will help. And again, the snares are sounding just a little loose, partially probably because I'm so used to hearing.
Yeah, they in general just need a bit of a tune-up.
A tune-up, yep, that would be great. All right, now, question, wind players. When you play fast music, does it take a lot of air? Does it take a lot of energy? Great. When you play slow music, does it take a lot of air? I'm not hearing that translate into what you're actually doing. The sound of this band changed drastically when we hit that part that started moving faster, so that was at measure 9. And that's because you really were going after the air, because your tongue was involved in moving faster and such. So now, what I would like to do is hear the opening note of the piece. Would you just take a huge breath? And don't worry about the fact that it says piano. Would you play it mezzo forte, please? Here we go. And you're going to breathe on 4. 1, 2, 3. One of the things that I'm not feeling is the amount of air that is coming in. You need to take more air in your bodies. Tons of air. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Is it an F? Is it an F? Okay, so here's what I want you to do. Take your trombone slide and just go very carefully until you see the ridge in your slide. You know what I'm talking about, the little ridge on the inner slide? Do you see where that is? Open your slide up. Find the ridge. You see where the ridge is down there at the bottom of your slide? Yep, it's really faint. Don't have the slide fall off. Move it down. This is the ridge. You see that thing right there? Okay, put the instrument up to your face with your slide right past the ridge. Now, bring it up probably to the ridge and just a little above it. All right, now, can I have an F on a mallet instrument? Thank you. Would you play that F? Yes. You're getting taller. And as you get taller, your arms are getting longer, and you have to adjust your trombone playing. Okay. Well, you're probably doing exactly what you need to do then, but I can tell you, you have to have gotten taller. You have to have gotten taller, okay? And you guys are now going to the end of the slide, and you're actually playing an E, but you're trying to make it sound like an F. So here's your note, just trombones, ready, and go. Good. Not gotten taller. Would you play your note? Okay, pick up the slide. Hold it right there. Put it to your face. Hold on to it. Now drop your jaw. Aww. Did you hear that sound change? That is a good trombone sound. You actually are, the only reason why you have to go out that far is because you're pinching. Get that slide in. You don't have to let go of it. You're tall enough. You really are now, okay? You don't want to have to play an E natural, but an F you can play without letting go of that, and just drop your jaw and play it down here. Good, keep that air going. Now, could I hear the tubas play the F at the beginning? Just get the best sound you can. 2, ready, big breath. Yeah, that is in the meat range of a tuba. That is not in a great range for a tenor trombone, but it's in your range. So what I need them to be able to do is hear the pitch from you. Euphonium, do you have that note too? Thank goodness, because that's a terrible note on euphonium. Okay, great. Could I now hear the trombones and tubas play this opening note? 2, ready, lots of air. Good. I don't want you to think softer. I want you to use the same amount of air, and I want you to go for it, and I just want it to be a little darker sounding, okay? I want you to use just as much air. Here we go. Ready, and... Yeah, tubas don't change anything. Trombones, that was a darker sound. You do the same thing you've been doing. The reason why I'm asking you to do that is because when you see piano, right, is that your opening dynamic? What you are doing is just doing this. and it's not going to sound, especially with the slide all the way out. You have the full extension of your instrument right now. You have got to put more air into it for it to be piano. Who else plays on that opening note? Do we have help from Barry sax and you don't play the opening, so bass clarinets? All right, whoever plays the first note. 1, 2, think of mezzo forte. Play your note. Okay, the only reason why you're that sharp is because you're pinching. Ma, drop that jaw, get the. That's correct. Do you notice how much you were pinching? That's the whole thing I was saying with the trumpet. So that's how I would fix that. I would not think of that as piano. Now let's start the piece again. I want to hear the first 8 measures, folks. In fact, you can get into measure 9. Here we are, from the top. Think mezzo forte, low brass. That was good. Okay, stop. Yes, yes, but did you hear how all of a sudden when more instruments came in, it just got suddenly really louder? I loved how gentle the trumpets came in. It was not shocking, it was so tasteful. That was fantastic. Horns, da, da, dee. I'm gonna ask the trombones to blend with your sound. Trombones, listen to the horns and try to sound inside the sound of the French horns. That is a weird thing to say, but do you kind of understand what I'm talking about? You want to listen to them and see if you can sound like a French horn. They're going to take the lead when they come in. Let's do it again from the beginning. Good job. Big breath. Ba. Doing that. Come into this, getting it louder, getting a little louder here. Is this crescendoing? It doesn't crescendo. Ah, great. Love it. That right there is a good beginning. We didn't work on the beginning of the other piece. What the other piece needs at the beginning is this kind of balance attention. And that, because you start out with that. And so once that gets fixed, I think that piece is really rocking and rolling. That was so nice. Let's start at 9. Here we go. 9, right on it. What's the dynamic? Here we go. Good job. I have a question about right after 9. The measure 9 was really good. What was really rough? What's the first thing that didn't make sense to an audience? Say it. There you go. You're so right. The triplet thing is kind of a hot mess, so let's fix it. So here's what I'd like to look at. Measure 10. I would like to hear just the flutes, please, at measure 10. Da, 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 dee, da, da, da. 2, ready, and go. Was that together? Say no. All right, I'm going to actually just go 1, 2, ready, and then you're on your own. Use your ears. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, slower. Da, 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 dee, da, da, da. And go. And. Again, and go. And. Great. A passage is never fixed by playing it at tempo. You have to slow it down. Why? What happens when you slow down and you make your fingers do it right? Do you know? Absolutely, bingo. You build that muscle memory and your fingers will work whether you want them to or not. Okay, so try it again. 2, Ready, and go, and That's great, but the second three notes are not right. Would you please play the F sharp, D sharp, D sharp? Do we know D sharp is going to be the same thing as E flat? It's the same fingering. Can you play an E flat on your flute right now? See how easy that note is? You know that note. If that's the D sharp, then would you go to the next note, which is a B natural? Holy smokes. Find B natural. Great. And then C. Yes, get your eyebrows up. It's a little flat. Can you push in your flute just a little bit? Will you push in your flute just a teeny bit? All right, so now, dot, 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 dum. Ready, and go. And that's already better. Could I please have the clarinets? Measure 10. Don't worry about if it's a hot mess. Let's just play it at this tempo. I'm going to give you 2 for nothing. Ready? And 1 and 2 and Great. So we're going to turn this into a chorale. Play the first note. Put some air into it. Next note. Next note. Next. Next. First clarinets, are you playing a D flat, which is also a C sharp? Does that make sense? Who has that? Who's the first? Could I have the first play? Go ahead. Great. Last note. And that note. Great. Could I hear you folks play right now the first note, the D? Excellent. B flat. So B flat, find your B flat, which is going to be a half step lower. Show the B flat to her. There you go. Got it? Go ahead. Good. Play the G. We love that note. Next note. Next. That's an F sharp. I see what the problem is. Look at your key signature. You see that? Play the F sharp. And play the D flat. D natural. D flat is lower than D natural. D flat is the same thing as C sharp. Yes, and then D. There you go. Would you quietly, while I go over the other ones, would you just go through the fingerings together on that? You two work on that for a second. Great. Good. You guys ready? We're going to come back to you. Now, guys, you're being so patient. This is the difficult part, is getting all the right notes and rhythms so then we can make the music happen. Could I please alto saxophones hear you in beat 2 and 3? So I'm going to give you 1 and go. Ready? And 1 and You come in on 2. Do you know what I'm talking about? Measure 10? Measure 10, the triplets. Ready? And 1 and So 1 and you would come in on 2 and 3 and Does that make sense? 1 and dot 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 dee dot da. Ready? 1 and That's great. But is everybody on first? Who's playing second? Would you play your notes? Play the E flat. C, A flat. Now F natural, D, A natural, A flat. You have to be twice as loud as them. There you go, but under tempo. Ready, 1 and Oh my gosh, that's cool. Do it again. Is that not neat? Like, that's a really cool part. Do it again. Ready, 1 and Yeah, and you've been, what are you doing there at the end? Check your accidental at the very end there. Make sure that you're playing a G natural. Your last note, I'm sorry. The last note that you have is an E flat. Let's try it again. 2, ready, and go, and There it is. You should play louder. I really love that. Okay, could we now have, y'all, being so patient, measure 10. It's flutes on beat 1. It's alto saxophones on beat 2. It's clarinets on beat 3. Here we go, just those 3 sets of instruments. 1, 2, ready, measure 10, and You don't play on beat 1. Flutes play on beat 1. Does that make sense? Sup-boopa, zup-ba-ba-da. 1, 2, ready, and go. 1, 2, 3. There it is. Do it again. 2, ready, and go. 1, 2. So here's what's really awesome. You tried to fix your part because you heard that someone else had something similar and you tried to play it together. That's awesome listening. The issue is that we have the cheat sheet that says you're not supposed to be together, that you're actually creating this cascading effect, like water falling. And so that's where we come in and help. Once you know your notes and rhythms, we can help you put it in the right place. So here's tempo. Well, it's not tempo, but faster. 1, 2, measure 10, and go. Yes! Woo! Okay, so this is tempo now, folks, at 9. No faster, please. 9, here you go. It's all you, bud. 1, 2, take it away. Yes! Okay, great. Bravo. So this could be one of the most important lessons learned today. The purpose of the ensemble rehearsal is to take all your individual parts and teach everyone through your listening what everyone else is playing, so you know where your part belongs. That way, when you communicate to an audience musically, they understand what you're saying. That made sense. That was really cool. Now, let's go to the next section when the whole band is playing. You have dum, dum, dee, ba, ba, bum. Yes, at 14. Could we look at this? You have boo da ba ba do ba da ba. That's your rhythm, right? Do da 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 do ba da ba. Could we just hear that much? Whoever has that, right at 14. Stop. Good. Could we look at the articulation and just check something? Do da da ta ta da da ta. Do da ta 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 da da ta. Would you play it exactly how it's marked? 2, ready, and go. Cool. Let me tell you what's really cool. The 8th note on beat 1. I want you to put W-E-I-G-H-T on that note. Do da da. Just play 3 notes and stop. Do da da, and ready and go. Nope. You are putting the emphasis on the quarter note. You're going do da. I want you to go do da da. Wait less. Ga. Ready and go. Do da da. Yes. If this is going to be Irish or Scottish, it has to have that weight. So let's do the whole measure. Do da da. Do da ba da da. All the emphasis is on the actual beat. 1 and 2 and ready and go. Do da da do. You're rushing. You're rushing. 1, 2. Don't rush and go and do da da do da. Great. I have an entirely different question. In that opening segment right there, who is the leader of Pulse and who is the follower of Pulse? Can you point to the person who is leading at 9? The people. Yes. No, it's not them right now. It's trumpets. Trumpets, if you rush, they have no choice but to rush with you. So control the time. Do it again. 1, 2, ready, keep the time, trumpets. Yes, you are going to want to press time. And if you go fast in this, it loses the lilt. Do da da do do ba da ba da do ba da ba da do da 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 do da. It has to be almost like a march. Imagine bagpipes. Don't imagine kilts. Let's not do that. All right, so here we go. 9. Everybody's in. Under tempo. It like it's a grace note as opposed to the more important notes. So that's just a style change. The other thing I would do, and this is for the audience, they don't need this necessarily, but when you have that I would literally
Make it more obvious.
make it more obvious to everyone that that's what their ears should go to. That would be something that I would do there. Great. So can we do 9 again? And can you all understand that that part in 10 is probably the most important thing happening? Really, have fun with it. Here we go. 9.
2, knock, and go.
So you'll have to fix that at home. Yeah, that's da-da-da. We're not going to spend much time. We're not going to spend much time on this. We've already talked about this, and you need to be aware of this, and you're going to have to fix this at home. The rhythm that is at 14 and the 5th bar of 14, when all of you have that, we're going to go to that right now. We're playing it wrong. Do-da-da. Would you play the first 3 notes right now? The first 3 notes at measure 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and measure 18. And if you have bum, you can play that too. So you're just going to play your first note. Everyone else is going to go ba-da-ba. 1, 2, ba-da-ba. Great. Would you say it? 2, ready, go. So do you tongue like ba? You would actually do do-dot, do-dot-da. So do-dot, D-A-H. Would you say do-dot-da? Ready, and go. Do-dot-da. Yes, do that again. 2, ready, and go. Do-dot-da. Would you play that right now? Just like you said it. 1, 2, ready, and go. Do-da. You're going, blah, you're flipping it. Do-da-da. It's slower. You have to separate the first 2 notes further. 1, 2, do-da-da. Do-da-da. Again, 2, ready, go. Good. Now I want you to do something else. I want you to play the first note and the 3rd note. Do, da, ready, and go. Do, again, and go. 1 more time. I want the middle note to be soft. Do-da-da, do-da-da. You're almost what we call swallowing it. That's what we would say in jazz. Do-da-da. 1, 2, ready, and go. Do-da-da. Yes! Do it again. 1, 2, ready, and go. Do-da-da. 1 more time, together, and go. Do-da-da. The emphasis must be on the 8th note, which is not intuitive. That's not what we as human beings ever want to do. We want to put the emphasis on the longer note. That would make this no longer Irish or Isles, okay? It's going to be weird. So let's play right now at measure, is that 18, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Find 18, and I'd like to hear the whole lick with just those people. Do-da-da, do-da-ba-da-da. 1, 2, ready, and go. Great, and now the last thing I'd like for you to do, I want you to take a second, look at your part, don't talk, look at your part. Look exactly where the slurs are and where the tonguing is. Exactly where that is. Say it to yourself, go ahead. Work through it. Great. I want to slow down and I want you to play it exactly how it's written. Do-da-ta, ta, do-da-da-ta. 1, 2, ready, and go. Great. The one thing I would suggest is between note 3 and 4, listen carefully. Between note 3 and 4 needs more space. Do-da-da-da-do-ba-da-da. Do-da-ta-da-do-ba-da-ba. D-A-H implies getting off of that note, kind of decaying. Say it. 1, 2, ready, and say it. Do-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ready, and go. Do-da-da-da-do-da-da-da. Because you slur those next ones, right? Do da da da, right? Okay, great. So now let's play it at this tempo. Those folks. In fact, let's have all wind players, no percussion. Percussion, we're going to add you as icing on the cake. Oh, we're done. Yeah. Great. We have to stop, but I want to hear one thing. We're going to put everyone in the whole band in now. Everyone in the whole band in at 18. Right on 18. Everyone who has bum, bum is emphasizing that eighth note. Here we go. Put it together.
18. Everybody's in.
No faster.
Go. 18. Percussion, you're up. Percussion, you're up.
18.
2. Ready?
No! No! Did you hear what you just did? You just went ba-da, ba-da, do-da-da. Don't rush it. You got this. Done with our time segment today with me. So you have a break now. And I'm going to ask the next person to start 5 minutes late so that you have 15 minutes to go use the bathroom and get a drink of water and all that good stuff. Is that fair? Yeah. So you will start at 5 minutes after 11. Okay? And you know the school better than I do. I'm going to walk away. You tell them where the bathrooms are and stuff. Okay, great. All right. Hey, thank you. I enjoyed meeting you. Great job, you guys. Great job.
Sells more than sheet music. We now carry marching band and color guard equipment from the brands you know and trust. Shop gear for your marching band at jwpepper.com/marchingarts.
Okay, thank you for joining us today at for the live stream on YouTube of the NBA Symposium here at the Wells School of Music at Westchester University. We just finished with our first session. You just saw Dr. Rebecca Phillips, who is the Director of Bands at Colorado State University, working with the J.P. McCaskey High School Band under the direction of John Johnston. And up next at 11:05 Eastern, you're going to see Dr. Adam Gumbel, who is one of the band directors here at Westchester. He's going to be working with that same group. We also have with us today the Hatboro Horsham High School band under the direction of Erica Westcott. And they are being clinicked in a different room here at the school by the same three people. The last person that you will hear today is, or that you will see rather, clinicking this band on stage is Dr. Greg Martin, who is an institution here at Westchester University. And this is actually his last year. He is retiring after 46 years of teaching collegiantly. I might have told him that I was 2 when he started teaching last night, which is rude, but you know, it is what it is. But no, he's fantastic. If you are new to the stream, Greg, Adam, Rebecca, it's wonderful seeing the commonalities in their teaching while also seeing the differences. And they are, of course, working on sometimes the same pieces, other times different pieces, but it's great. It's the thing that's unique about this event compared to a lot of others like it is that these bands are very early in this concert preparation for this concert cycle. So this is not polished playing that they are just making even better, and that is just as valuable as anything else, but that's a much more common form of watching people like these great collegiate band directors clinic bands. This is more of kind of getting in and getting in depth earlier in the process, which is, I would argue, maybe is even more valuable because it's more rare. And so you don't really get to see that from our perspective from the outside, but also the students don't get to see that, don't get to experience that rather very often. I wanted to thank the National Band Association. We are grateful for our partnership with the National Band Association in producing this event. The National Band Association is an organization open to anyone and everyone interested in bands, regardless of the length of experience, type of position held, or the specific level at which one works. The membership roster includes professionals and students from every facet of the band world. National Band Association is today's professional organization for band directors, and it stands ready to serve all members of the association through a variety of projects and initiatives. In addition to supporting a national professional association for bands and band music, the benefits of membership in the National Band Association include subscription to the Instrumentalist, official magazine for all students, individual, institutional, and corporate memberships, which is 5 issues a year. Subscription to the NBA Journal, 4 issues a year, 2 hard copies and 2 electronic copies. Almost all journals, especially the recent years, are available via PDF. Access to valuable resources, including the selective music lists, which is concert band music and concert marches. Access to mentors and mentor programs, and support of young conductors and young composers interested in wind bands through our mentor projects. Any students listening should take advantage of the $5 student membership rate to enjoy the benefits of this outstanding organization. I also wanted to thank Jupiter Band Instruments and KHS America and XO Brass for helping to make my appearance here possible. I don't think that I said who I was this time, so if you weren't watching an hour and a half ago, you are wondering who the heck I am. My name is Andrew Hitz, although now I'm realizing my name's probably on the screen. My name is Andrew Hitz. I am a Jupiter Band Instrument artist. I used to play in Boston Brass. I've taught at a number of colleges, including here at Westchester University for a semester as a sabbatical replacement over the years. I'm the owner of Hitz Academy, and I am working with all of the kids. I not only am interviewing all of the clinicians halfway through their clinics so that you can get a little bit of a peek behind the curtain of what they've worked on, what their pedagogy and thinking is about what they're working on, and then what they're about to do for the remainder of their session. But also after lunch, which is after this next session, which starts in 5 minutes, There is a band director roundtable, actually, where both of the band directors from this morning's groups will be talking with the clinicians, minus me, about just challenges that they face as music educators. Both of these band directors this morning, by the way, are in their first years at this program, and so that brings its own challenges. And both bands sound fantastic. It's obvious that they've both already instituted a culture, even though they have not been there for very long. But I bet they're going to get into that and some other things. But while the band directors are doing that, I work with all of the students combined, and I do a clinic for them, concerning all sorts of various things relating to practicing, goal setting, mindset, those kind of things, etc. I also wanted to thank J.W. Pepper. Founded in 1876, J.W. Pepper is the best online store for sheet music with over 1 million titles in stock. We offer sheet music for directors and performers alike, as well as music equipment, accessories, and software to support your musical journey. ePrint, our digital sheet music, offers printable sheet music that's accessible without an internet connection through the free ePrint Go app. Plus, we offer downloadable MP3s, a resource musicians love. Listen to the music and see the score before you buy, and shop with confidence thanks to the Pepper Guarantee. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money refunded. J.W. Pepper is supplying all of the feed today, and so thank you to them. And last but certainly not least, we would like to thank the Westchester University Wells School of Music. Explore a career in music at the Westchester University Wells School of Music, accredited with the National Association of Schools of Music. Programs are available in music performance, education, theory, history, composition, student composition, music with elective studies in an outside field, and music therapy. The university provides state-of-the-art rehearsal and performing facilities and scholarship opportunities. Students can also get involved in multiple ensembles, including band, vocal, choral, orchestra, and more. With more than 200 concerts annually, the Wells School of Music is looking forward to welcoming you to campus or via live stream for an upcoming performance, music-specific tour, or shadow day. We hope that you will experience in person the vibrancy of our nationally recognized programs of study and see firsthand the remarkable scholarly and artistic community that is the Wells School of Music at Westchester University. So we are going to, very shortly here, we are going to rejoin the J.P. McCaskey High School Band under the direction of John Johnston. The next clinician is Dr. Adam Gumble, who's the director of athletic bands here at Westchester University. The marching band, speaking of which, just performed in the Parade of Roses at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, which is a really, really big deal. That is something that all of those students will never, ever forget, and not just because it's so long. That's like one of the longest parade routes, I think, ever, but that's as prestigious as marching band events get, and they just did that last month. So yeah, really, really exciting stuff happening here at Westchester University. So let's get back in there so that we can watch the J.P. McCaskey High School Wind Ensemble under the direction of John Johnston with the clinician Dr. Adam Gumble.
right, hey everybody. Thank you for your patience, thank you for your flexibility. I'm just trying to experiment with a couple of different things to see how it affects sound.
It's science.
It's science.
It's just science.
Hey, please do me a favor and welcome very, very important mentor to me, very, very important friend to me. Learned a lot of what I know from this guy. It was Adler.
I'm sorry. Yeah. All right. Great to see you. Yes. Thank you. Hello. It's been a pleasure to get to listen to you and just absorb your sound. I was in the back just listening to what Dr. Phillips was doing, all those great things. I'm the director of the marching band here at Westchester University, as well as the basketball band, one of the concert bands. I teach conducting courses here, and also a lot of music education stuff. So if you find your way to Westchester University as a student and you want to continue to play in the band, we'll be dealing with each other a ton. And actually, we'll be dealing with each other a ton exclusively here over the next hour or so. There's some, if it's all the same, you've been off now for 15, 20 minutes. It would be great just to go back to the foundations that we were doing, get a nice re-warm up. I'm going to plant some seeds here with you. Some of these seeds are going to take root, hopefully. Some of them you're going to need to water. Actually, just about everything you're going to need to water over time back in the McCaskey band room. But hopefully, everything that we do here is in the name of not just making your performance, not just cleaning up the tunes that you're playing, but hopefully opening your eyes to why being in band and doing what you do makes you a better human being. I'm a firm believer that everything you need to know about life, you learn in band. And you'll hear me say things like life lesson number 8 and some big concept. Those concepts are hopefully going to be value added for you. Heightening the awareness that what you do in the room with Mr. Johnson on a daily basis is actually making you better at literally everything you do in school, outside of school, and then down the road in life. Okay, so that's the big goal here, and then just the little micro goals along the way. Let's have some fun together. We already kind of messed around with the setup a little bit. It's going to feel uncomfortable, probably at first, but there's some logic. There's some logic behind this for sure. So getting the clarinets, one of the smaller sections that we want to make sure that we hear, getting them move more forward, right, in the space. Having the horns, having the direction of the horn face out to the audience a little bit more so they can be heard as well. Having the flutes be able to exist in the same zone. I know your band room, I've been in your band room many times, and I know the space, like the aisle that you have up the center, and how that can add some logistical challenges, so getting you all in the same hemisphere, right? And then having our principal voices in the center, I think is gonna help us out quite a bit, all right? And brass, you remain, there was no adjustment to you. You just get to chill and be brass players in the back. It should work out really well. So, all right, let's do it. Let's start with Mr. Johnston. Can we go back to that, whatever your daily drill is? It sounded like it was an F descending warm-up at the beginning. Great, can we get back to that? Keep in mind all the stuff that Dr. Phillips just did when it comes to the breath, sound production, all that stuff. Right? Everything that was said was gold.
Oh, all right, here we go. Back to Sunday.
That's the right idea. So, excuse me, how do we play together? What do we need to do? We have to listen. Okay, I like that. We have to listen. Cool. What else? Look at the conductor. That's cool. What else do we need to do? Starts with ba, ends with breathe. Breathe. Excellent. Well done. You're brilliant. Yeah, we need to breathe together in order to play together. Breathing is timing. For wind players, in order for us to create sound at the same time, we all need to breathe in a congruent fashion, right? Connect the inhale to the exhale, all the stuff that you just worked on with Dr. Phillips. Does that make sense? Cool. I'm going to add one layer to, so breathe together, play together. I'm going to add one layer. I'm going to say breathe together, move together, play together. I heard somebody say, watch the conductor, okay? I'm going to challenge you to watch each other in your peripheral vision and move together. So go ahead and let's just play a concert F together. Here we go. Let's try it again. My hands are down, your horns are down. Easy enough. My hands go up, your horns go right up. Simple. We'll try it one more time. And bang. Love it. And just play a concert F. Oh, cool. I knew that we weren't going to play together, that we weren't going to have a consistent border to the note, because I saw just about everybody not moving. So statuesque playing. Okay, let's try it again. And actually, I'm going to be a flute player here. Just play with me. Breathe with me, move with me, play with me. Feet are flat on the floor. Cool. The people that aren't moving are the people that aren't playing in time. Try it again. That's the right idea. That release was way better too, right? Try again. Move with me. We heard how much more consistent that attack was, right? Do it again. New instrument. That's it. Good. Again, new instrument. Yeah, if we move together, hopefully that makes the point. If we just move together, we're going to be way more likely to play together, okay? So back to this F descending warm-up, okay? I love this warm-up because it helps us organize and connect. We're going to organize our attacks. We're going to connect with each other. And we're going to be able to then create great sound. We're going to produce well-organized sounds. Okay? Let's try it. So you're going on for two, change, da, release. Is that it? 2, 2, 2? Yes. Great. Here we go. And with each other. The goal here is to connect and move together. There are individuals that are totally bought in and are now moving together, connecting non-verbally with each other, and we have a heightened level of excellence and precision because of that connection. There are a handful of individuals that are not moving at all. Those handful of individuals are not playing in time. So if we can get everybody to move together, I guarantee we'll get everybody to play together. Try it again. Motion in the ocean. There we go. Keep moving. And then you put something. And then you put a concert F on the end. That's fine. That's fine. Okay? So in time, breathing is timing. Breathe together, move together, play together, right? It copy and paste that concept from F descending and well, copy it from F descending and paste it in every musical context, whether it's How to Train Your Dragon, Choose Joy, or anything else. I like to live my life. I like to think about what is possible and then what is probable, right? I'm going to dream big. I'm going to think about all of the possibilities in my life, right? I'm going to think about what I want to be, who I want to be, what is possible for me, and anything is possible. You've heard that, right? Hopefully you believe that. But a goal without a plan is just a dream, right? So we need to take what is possible and figure out a plan and make it more probable. So I like to take anything that's possible and try to increase the probability that it's going to happen, right? Not just in life, but in band. So when I'm playing Concert F, if I want to have a congruent attack, if we want everybody to breathe together and play together, what's going to heighten the probability? Is it possible that if we don't move, we'll play together? It's totally possible. Is it probable? It's not. All right? So what can I do to increase the probability that the outcome is going to be what I want? I'm going to move together. We're going to work together and be our own conductor. All right? In fact, I would say go ahead and play a Concert F. I'll help. Just a Concert F, real simple. I'm going to go up, I'm going to go down, and then I'm going to go down again for the release. Easy stuff, right? Move together with me. Right, cool. Percussion, welcome. You're going to play a Concert F as well. I see all those keyboard instruments back there. If you have a drum, you're going to strike it in time. Really simple. Because guess what? Percussion, you're the only instrument in the room that doesn't need to breathe in order to play. But how are you going to play more in time with the people who need to breathe? You're going to breathe as well. Okay, real simple. Here we go. Concert F. Breathe together, move together, play. Breathe together, move together, play together. And here we go. Concert F. Again. Cool. Yeah, percussion's not in time with the winds because we're not breathing together, right? Try it again. If you breathe on the upstroke, if you do this, you will play in time with the winds, I promise. Here we go again. Again. Breathe with me. That's the right idea. Breathe with me. That's the right idea. Cool. Breathe with you. What's your name? What is it? Dio. Dio? Breathe with Dio. That's the right idea. Try again. Can everybody connect? Right? Everybody can see each other, work together, play together. That's the right idea. Cool. What's your name? Sophie. Breathe together, play together with Sophie. Here we go. Cool, so be more demonstrative with that breath. Try it again. Breathe together, play together with Sophie. Cool, and then it's just an up, down at the end, right? Okay, so you can go through the entire F descending warm-up without a conductor. You know how Dr. Phillips had you playing excerpts without conductors? You can do, excuse me, you can play anything without a conductor as long as you breathe together, move together, and play together, okay? Hopefully, does that make sense? Sweet, okay? What do you want to start with here with Choose? Do you want to start with Choose Joy, or do you want to stick with the Dragon? Or Renewal by Viet Quang?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah,
No,
hop in there.
all right, how we feeling? Dragon.
Staying with the Dragon, all right, cool. Why don't we do that? Take a big swing. I don't care where you start. It's your world. I just live in it, baby. I just care that we move together.
Hey, we're gonna, since we started at the beginning a lot, let's start at 14. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna start at 14. Think about everything that was discussed before the break. Everything about the rhythmic intention of what's going on. While also breathing together. There we go.
Cool. So don't accept less than what you're capable of. Right? If we're not in time on that initial attack, I'm going to encourage Mr. Johnston to just like, hey, cool. And look, if we're not together on the initial attack, does that mean that we're sick, evil human beings? No, it means we're human beings. It means we made a mistake. All right? Super cool. Just stop and start again. We don't want to make it okay to be less than what we can be. All right? Let's try it again. Move together. Yeah, way closer, way closer. Demand that you do it correctly. Good. Yeah, great job. What's your name? What is it? Jade? Rock on. Nice job. All right, cool. So Jade's killing it up front, doing great work. There's four layers. God bless you. There's 4 layers to music. All right. I'm going to throw this out there too. I heard Dr. Phillips talking about dynamics, and there was like a chime thing, and there was some other thing. There were some conversations about like thinking we're playing mezzo forte, but it's not actually communicating at that level. I'm a simple man, and I try to keep things as simple as I possibly can. What I like to tell every group that I'm working with is to reconceive dynamics. The dynamic on the page tells you what? The dynamic that's on the page tells us what? The style? Okay. Say it again. The whole band's dynamic? I like this. Okay. Any other ideas? Typically, it tells us how loud, right? The dynamics have to do with volume, right? Okay? And the dynamic that's on the page, most of us learn this, and I think it's probably in your method book, tells you how loud to play. And I'm just going to ask you to reconceive that. Dynamics that are printed on the page when we're in an ensemble setting aren't really telling you how loud to play. They're telling you how loud you should be heard by the folks that are listening. Okay? So whatever dynamic is on the page is is really contextual. How loud you should play is based on the context, all right? And again, isn't that something that we all really need to figure out? Life is all about understanding different contexts and being able to be functional and successful in those different contexts. But anyway, dynamics are a huge part of that, okay? So think about what is happening at, yeah, I'm just looking for this solo, right? Okay, great. So at 31, when Jade's playing this solo, can you, if you're playing at the same time as Jade, the question is, can you hear Jade? And if the answer is no, then you need to get out the way, all right? Make sure that you're out the way. And what I like to have everybody do in my groups, maybe this is helpful for you, maybe not, but if you're the primary material, you learn that you're the primary material that needs to be heard, I like to have people just put a plus next to their dynamic. So anytime you see a plus, that means I'm going to play louder than I think I should play, or maybe that the dynamic tells me I should play. If I find out that I'm secondary material, I like to just put a minus. Sometimes 2 minuses in if it's a solo. So if you're playing along with Jade at 31, it's possible that you'll remember that Jade's playing a solo, how do we increase the probability that we remember that the next time we do it? We put a couple of minuses under our parts, all right? Here's 31, and TLDR, if you're not the melody, play softer. Here we go, here's 31, and 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, Good, yeah, that's the right idea. That was way more sensitive to what else was happening in the room. Do it again. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, Good, yeah, that's great. That's great, okay? And something that you've probably heard before, I'm gonna guess, effect. Any effect anywhere in life is generated through contrast. All right? Effect through contrast. That's something you say? Wonderful. Okay? So this is one of those sections, just that 8-bar phrase right there, 4-bar phrase, whatever meter we're in here, that's going to create some serious contrast. We need to make sure that we swallow the sound when we get to measure 31. Why don't we back it up to, I don't know, wherever you were starting, Johnny. 14? Great. Let's do it. My man.
14. There we go. 14.
This is good. I stopped not because we needed to do it again, to acknowledge that that was an incredible attack. And we knew it was going to be an incredible attack because I saw the vast majority of the band go like this before they played. That happened. Okay? That heightened the probability that we were going to play together. Was it still possible that we wouldn't play together even if we moved together? Still possible, but we heightened the probability that the outcome, the desired outcome, was what was going to happen. Nice. Do it again.
14.
Yeah, nice. Some really cool stuff going on. All right, so effect is generated through? Effect is generated through? Contrast. Indeed. Indeed. All right, what makes roller coasters exciting? All the contrast. Exactly, right. Yeah, roller coasters, there's like two different types. There's the ones that go really high and then really low, right? What makes them exciting? The fact that they start low, go high, and then go low again. If they were just up in the air like this all the time, cruising at 250 feet, wouldn't be terribly exciting. Airplanes cruise at like 30,000 feet, way higher, not terribly exciting. Unless the turbulence, like then it gets really effective, it gets really exciting, right? Okay. The roller coasters where you're like sitting at 0 miles per hour and they do like a count off and then all of a sudden you go 1,000,000 miles an hour, those are pretty exciting. Why? Because of the contrast associated with it, right? The idea of jump scares, the idea of like scary stuff. My kids, I have two kids. I have a 10-year-old kid and an 8-year-old kid. They're really into video games where there are jump scares. Like, what makes Freddy Fazbear really scary? Freddy Fazbear, what makes Freddy Fazbear scary? Not Freddy Fazbear in and of itself, himself, I guess, not scary. But what makes it scary? The fact that it's not really on screen, and then it comes and gets, and then it's like way on screen, like ready to do some damage, all right? That's what makes it scary, okay? So if effect is generated through contrast, I believe that we could create some serious effect moments that are built into the music. At 31 was really cool. Measure 30, percussion. Can I help you?
Probably.
Wonderful. What do you need? I'm curious. Okay, great. All right, wonderful. I thought you might be. Cool. Stay with us, all right? So, because this is super, percussion, you are the effect vehicle an awful lot of the time, right? So if we can take you and have you generate even more contrast in your part, then chances are the entire product is going to be way, way, way cooler for the audience. The more motion we put in the music, the more emotion we get out of the audience. That's the way it works, okay? So look at measure 30, please. Okay, can we hear 30? Just in isolation, right? Here's measure 30. Stop at the downbeat of 31. And 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, go! Good, great. So percussion, what can you do to make your part even more effective? Is it 4 even notes from a dynamic standpoint, or is it 1, 2, ga 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 ga? That's going to be cooler. So my point being that if we want the music to be more effective, we're going to add some lifts, we're going to add some dips. That's the point, okay? Yeah, the composer's not going to mark in all of the stuff that they want you to do. They're going to assume that you have a modicum of musicianship and that you're going to give that stuff direction, okay? Let's try it again. Here's 30, and 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, ready, and go. That's it. Wasn't that cooler? Do it again. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. Yes. It's so much more fun to ride that ride. Do that every time. Go back to whatever you were starting. 14?
14.
14. Here we go.
And here we go. Everybody's in at 14. 14.
Good, yeah, that's it. That's the right idea, good, good. Yeah, when we get softer, make sure that we don't fall into the tendency trap of playing slower, okay? Anytime we have the opportunity to create effect, we might have a trap in front of us where we go slower, okay? Well done. Hey, when we get to 26, if you're playing backgrounds, D, D, da, 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 you're probably thinking, hey, I don't have any crescendi written in here either. Can you make it more effective? Can you make it more musical, right? Let me just hear backgrounds at 26. And backgrounds at 26. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, Yeah, cool. Yeah, loving what the saxophones are really digging into the idea of making each one of those triplet groups lead us to the next measure. That's cool. D, 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 D. Cool, let's buy into that. Everybody's in, same spot, and 26. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, everyone. Cool. Cool. Yeah. And percussion. You're part of that as well. So the last beat of each measure should grow from that through that entire section. Okay? gang, 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 rang, gang, every single time. Yes?
You mean like triplets on beat 4, like everything else the measure is the same, it's the last thing.
Yep, the last beat is going to lead us to the next beat. That gives us more motion in the music. It's not written in as a crescendo, right? But it's going to generate more motion, which is then going to connect better with the audience, make it way more exciting. Exactly. That's exactly right. Let's do it again. And same spot, 26. And oh, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. There it is. Yeah. Great. So what's the main event at 35? Percussion, thank you. That was it, right? Beat 4, it's way more interesting to listen to, and I know that it's way more fun. It engages you at a higher level to play that way too, right? It has to, okay? When we get to 35, the main event at 35, if you're a horn player, boom, tenor sax, boom. Let's get more horn presence at 35. Tenors, see if you, can you hear the horns? Yeah, cool. See if you can fit your sound inside the horn sound. So horns, put a plus under your part, right? Right next to that dynamic, mezzo forte, but just put a plus. That's going to indicate to you, hey, I'm the main event, okay? Everybody else, you're not the main event, so get out of the way, all right? In the fifth bar, the main event changes. Everybody who has a piano marking in your part, make sure that you put a minus under your piano, next to your piano. All right. Here's 35 and 1, 2, 3, 2. Everybody's in 35 and 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. Stop. Again. Everybody's in at 35 and 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. Love the growth in 42. Nicely done. So hey, anybody playing dum 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 4 before 43? You need to get out the way. Okay. Anyone who's playing something other than that, you're the main event. So what should you do? Put a minus in your part. Make sure that you know that you are not the primary material. Okay. Same spot. 35. Nice job, horns. Keep it up. Tenors, well done. You're now blending with the horn section. Hooray for us. Here's 35. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. Dee, da, da, good. Grow. Yeah. Really exciting. So how do we make that section more effective? At 43, as I'm looking at the score, at 43, I see one dynamic marking at 43. I don't see another dynamic marking until 52. I don't see any adjustment. I don't see any crescendo. There's no decrescendo. The letter stays the same. So what do I do to make it so that it doesn't just feel flat? It's not just 10 bars of the same thing, right? What are some strategies that I can employ here? Any ideas? Yeah. Great. Okay, cool. Excuse me. The contrast in the accents. Exactly. So I see da 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 da, 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 da. Cool. What can I do between the accents? I kind of just gave it away when I sang it. Da, 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 da. What's that? Good. The emphasis on the downbeat. How do I create more emphasis on the downbeat with what happens before the downbeat? Direction, right? Da, 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 da. So all three of those triplets, same concept. All three of those triplets are a different dynamic, right? Da, 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 da. The first one we hit it. The second one we quit it. Then we grow. Dee, 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 da, dee, 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 da. That's exactly right. Go ahead and play that. If you play at 43, something along those lines. Da, 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 da. Let's hear it. And make sure we're playing eighth notes on beat 2 and 4, not quarter notes. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. Repeated notes, go. Cool. Snare drum's part of this as well. Here's 43. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. Yeah. Cool. So right now we're hearing da 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 da. That's what it says on the page, right? But if we want to generate more motion, we're going to use the implied dynamics. There's implied dynamics in music everywhere, all right? So when we play repeated notes like this, if we can make it just so that there's a little bit of growth every time, it's going to give the music momentum that moves forward, right? If you have like if you use dynamic numbers, you guys ever use like 6, and 2, and 3, and 4, like any of them? We haven't installed that. Great, that's okay, right? So if you think about dynamics as number values, right? Go ahead and play a concert F. Everybody, play a concert F. Play it at a level 5 out of 10, right? Think about it, just 1 to 10. Play a 5, and. But do it in time. So that would be our mezzo forte, right? That would be a 5. Okay. Now play a 4-count decrescendo. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, off, and 2, 3. What's our tendency from a pitch standpoint when we decrescendo? To go flat. Fight against that tendency. Keep the air moving fast. Try it again. And 2, 3. Again, percussion, you're part of this too. You can go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, off. And 2, ready. Again, and 2, again, don't go flat. That's kind of the right idea. We feel how it's going, ow, at the end. That's something for you to make sure that you're working on. The volume of air affects the volume of sound. The speed of the air affects the speed of the vibrations and the pitch, the frequency of compressions and rarefactions of air molecules as they move through space. Okay? So keep the air speed consistent as you go. Now go the other direction. Start at a 5 and go up to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, off. And 2, 3. Yeah, what's our tendency as we get louder from a pitch standpoint? Go sharp. What's our tendency as we get louder from a tone quality standpoint? Get worse. Yeah, have it get gnarly, right? Have it get weird. Have it grow teeth. Have it grow edges, right? Fight against that tendency as you get louder. How do you do that? Open up space in your mouth as you get louder. Try that again. And 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, release. And 2, everybody's in. Concert F. And 2, 3. Again. 2, 3. Yeah, that's the right idea. And you can keep working to refine that sound and stay in tone the entire time, right? Go ahead and play a 5. Go ahead and play a 5. And follow me. Cool. Play 5, 3, 1. So non-adjacent decrescendo. 5, 3, 1. Release. Ready. Again. Ready. That's the right idea. Cool. 3 non-adjacent dynamics in a row. Play 5, 7, 9, and that's it. Make it 3 quarter notes. 5, 7, 9, separated quarter notes. Ready? Cool. Separated quarter notes. Da, da, da. Non-adjacent dynamics. Ready? Cool. Separated quarter notes. Again. And ready? That's the right idea. Okay, cool. And you can work to use those levels, work to refine the quality of sound. Now, anytime you're playing these repeated notes, right? Anytime you're playing da 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 da, anything along those lines, think about those levels. Make sure that we don't have any two of these triplets at the same level. Okay? So everything's going to have direction. Go ahead and play, please, at measure 43. If you play repeated triplets, di 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 da. Di, 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 da. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, That's the right idea. Cool. Hit the first one. Make the first one just call it like a 7. Call the second one a 3, and then crescendo from there. Di da da da, di da da da. All of your accents are at a 7. Di da da da, di da da da. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, Cool. Yep. That's the right idea. And now make sure that we're playing eighth notes as opposed to quarter notes on beats 2 and 4. All right? Everybody's in at 43. And everybody at 43. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. And then, hey, in 52, that's the right idea. Now it's got more motion. In 52, you've got an effect, a forte piano, right? Think about hit it, quit it, grow. Start at a 9, all the way down to a 1, right? D, off. Everybody play that on a concert F. Da, off. 2, ready? Yeah, we're going to fall into the same tendency traps that we had earlier, right? Once we hit it, we're going to blow probably sharp. As soon as we play the effect, we're going to let the pitch fall. Try to avoid that tendency. Don't let it grow teeth and get gnarly at the end. Here we go. And 1, 2. Sorry, just the forte piano. Concert F. 2, 3. Yeah, who leads the crescendo? Okay. People in the back, we're going to make sure that we allow the lowest voice in the room to lead the crescendo. Okay? Make sure that that happens. Try it again. And right now, the trumpets are leading the crescendo. You sound awesome. See if we can give that job to the tubas. Right? Here we go. And 2, ready? Yeah, make sure it doesn't go wah at the end. Try again. And 2, ready? That's the right idea. Something else to make sure that we're looking at and working on. Okay? Want to keep it rolling in the next section?
We put it in context.
Yeah, put that in context, and then I'm going to head out of the room, and then I'll be back.
All right. Hey, y'all, we're going to put that in context here real quick. We start back at 38.
38 is my favorite number.
38. 35.
Kurt Schilling. Oh, 35. Mike Mussina.
Numbers get smaller. There we go. And 35. 1, 2, ready?
Nice job, horns. Keep it coming. Good growth at the end, yes. What's that tendency when we get, yeah, that's all right.
I'm just queuing them.
Nice. Beautiful sound. Alto voice is beautiful. Good. All right, we'll talk about layers when I come back.
So right now we're at that same point we were in the last block. Have about 5 minutes. Get some water. Stretch them. Let the face relax. Really, really nice work, folks.
So is a bit.
All right. So, Dr. Gumbel,
Hello.
hello.
Hello, world.
Talk to us about what you were just doing in there. You were working a lot with dynamics, and you were also working, as has been a theme through both days with all three clinicians, just about them taking ownership and making some decisions on their own.
Yeah, I mean, so we were trying to install plant some seeds, and I say that at the beginning of all these sessions. Like, we're just going to plant some seeds, and it's really going to be up to you if you want to, what's going to take root, what you're going to water. For anything to really pay off, in the end, it's going to need constant attention, you know. And installing a couple of bigger ideas with this group about dynamics, and we haven't had the conversation yet about tendencies and fighting tendencies, but just a level concept, really just kind of a basic, 1 through 10 kind of, fortissimo, you reserve that, that's a 10, and down through the numbers. And obviously we're going to fall into some tendency traps along the way, with regard to pitch and tone and that sort of thing. But that's a seed that's worth planting here. And I know the director really well, and I'm sure those are things that they're going to work on, making sure that they're not falling into those traps. So yeah, and the ownership concept, we'll dig into that a little bit more here in the next block. Just like, all right, ultimately it's going to be up to you, what you're gonna choose to fix and what you're not.
Yeah, you pointed out there was no dynamics for 13 measures, and about how they couldn't just. It's not a good idea if you're trying to keep the audience engaged. There are some exceptions, but in general, it's not a good idea to just play entirely.
Yeah, there are
dynamic.
opportunities. I mean, like the publishers would run out of ink if they marked every dynamic that they were expecting. These composers expect certain things. And there are performance practices that musicians need to make sure that they're aware of and are executing. And it's really easy when you're looking at a piece of music and you don't know everybody else's part. Like, all right, well, I'm just going to play forte and have at it. But that really ends up being, that's not necessarily what it's certainly not what the composer intended to be heard, and it's not what the audience is really going to be interested in. So how do you figure out what the implied dynamics are here? In this particular section, it was repeated notes. There's hopefully, I'm sure going to be some opportunity for just like looking at the contour and figuring out what to do when we see a shape go up and a shape go down and stuff like that. So yeah, just trying to plant those seeds with the group, and hopefully it's something that's going to pay off.
Good stuff. All right, get back in there.
All right. Bye, world. Come on, man. We got lives to change. Let's go. We got seeds to plant. Club Med around here? Come on. What is it, red tornado, tornado time?
Tornado time.
Does your high school have some sort of like tornado time or something? Is that a real thing? Is that? Yes! Tornado time? Amazing. It's up to you, man. If you, wherever you think. Great, let's do it. Yeah. Can you run through it again just so I get it? Or, yeah, whatever, man.
All right, hey, folks. So here's the game plan. We are going to do basically what we did right before the break with doing that chunk, starting at 35. We are going to go through the wall section, spend a little bit of time there, spend some time at the end. You rock and roll.
I was just talking to, welcome back, by the way. Just talking to Andrew in the lobby, and you don't know him terribly well yet. You're going to get to know him after lunch. Awesome dude. Tuba player. So we do hold that against him. I'm a tuba player also, so you know it's weird. But about the idea of implied dynamics, and I know I mentioned that before, but the publishers, like when you have music in front of you, there's only so much information that they're going to print on the page. And it's really up to you to make decisions about what it is that you're going to do to make this something that's worth listening to for the audience, right? Something that connects to the audience. And a lot of that's going to have to do with implied dynamics, with motion that you're going to put into the music, right? So I don't know this next section. Before we even dig into it, is there something in here that you can add some sauce to, add some flavoring to, some sauce, put some sauce on it dynamically that's going to make it more interesting than if you just played flat whatever's on the page? Can you put yourself into this at a higher level musically, take a risk, and we'll determine, we'll come to a consensus on what's going to be like the musical decision that the conductor wants to make, but do something different this time, all right? If you see a line, if you have a line on the page, like a melody that has some sort of shape to it, get a little louder as it goes up, get a little softer as it goes down. You have repeated notes, make them do something. You get to the end of a phrase, make it grow. Those kinds of things. Just copy and paste those ideas and see what happens. Go for it.
All right, here's 35. 35, getting in the wall section. And 35. With me, move with me. 35.
Grow. Yes. Ka-ka-gum. Ka-ka-gum. Every single time. That's exactly right. Good, 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 good. All right, percussion. Just hang tight for a minute. Let's go back to this waltz. So look, 4 layers. And actually, geez, congrats to the alto voice for playing super, super musically at 64. Just really, really beautiful. Really, really well done. Go ahead and demonstrate that for everybody at 64. 64, just the melody. And I want you to take note. I'm going to inform you of this. There are no dynamics marked on the page at all during this section. There's a mezzo piano, but these folks know better, so of course they've already put pluses in their parts to play this out, right? And then as the line goes up, listen to what they do. As the line goes down, listen to what they do. It's not printed on the page. And here we go, with a pickup. Pickup to 64. And 1, 2, 3, 1. You hear that? It's awesome. Good, yeah. So they're going for it. They're playing these shapes. And it's a really kind of a basic concept, but it's a basic concept that we all need to buy into. The line goes up, the shape goes up, we add some dynamic, right? We grow. And then as it comes down, we decay. The ebb and the flow, the motion of the ocean, the waves on the beach, all that stuff. It's really, really effective, okay? If you can't hear that at 64, or maybe if you're unaware that you're not the main event, put a minus in your part, okay? Here's 64 with a pickup. Everybody's in. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And 1, 2, 3, 1. Good. Yes. Good, good. And there are you have such great musical instincts. There are so many people in here who know what to do. I didn't even have to say it. There are folks playing backgrounds that are listening to the melody and supporting those shapes. That's really neat. We didn't have to go in and say, write a crescendo in measure 3, write a decrescendo in measure 4. We didn't do that stuff right here, right now. Maybe you did before, I don't know. But you're listening, that's what great musicians do. You're listening to what's going on and supporting those shapes, okay? For those keeping score, there is a crescendo in 3, there is a decrescendo in 4, there is a crescendo in 5, there is a decrescendo in 6, right? If you need to write those things in, go ahead. But just connect with each other. That's what it's all about. Try it again. Pick up to 64. Beautiful work. And 1, 2, 3, 1. Beautiful. Beautiful, yes. Cool. Make sure we're ready to move on when it's time to move on. All right? Hey, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful playing. Everything from 64 to 80, chef's kiss, copy paste, do that. And folks who have these moments where they get to be like the primary material, embraced that and then went back in the texture. Beautiful, beautifully done. At 80, this is a waltz, right? Boom, dee, dee, boom, dee, dee, boom, dee, dee. Can we get people who play on beats 2 and 3 to just decrease the dynamic throughout the measure? Dum, dee, dee, dum, dee, dee, dum, dee, bum. Let's hear that. Here's 80, no melody, just the background's at 80. 1, 2, 3, Good. Again, and 80. Everybody who's not the melody. And 1, 2, 3, 1. Ready? Cool. Yep. And look, with a waltz, we feel a real strong beat one. So it's appropriate to put a little, like a micro accent on the front end of beat one if you're a bass clarinet or a bari sax. D, D, D. That's consistent with the style of a waltz, okay? If you're playing the accompaniment, clarinets, tenor sax, bum, D, 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 D. There's decay through the measure. Try it again. And 1, 2, 3, 1. Ready? And. Five, 5, 5. Good. Yep. Good. So treat it. Go back to those levels we were talking about. Treat it like 5, 3. You might even go lower than that. 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1. The loudest thing in the bar should be the downbeat every time. Okay. One more time. Actually, get the flutes back in. Everybody's in it at 80. Gulp the air when you have the opportunity, flutes. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. With a pick. So we get a pickup. 1, 2, 3, 1. Not as much tenors. Good. Big effect opportunities. Big effect opportunities for percussion. 3 before 125. Start softer. And then, boy, oh boy, that crescendo should motivate everything else going on in the room. You can get way stronger throughout the course of that crescendo. Great, great, great playing here, friends. Good for us. Hey, waltz. Waltz, folks. Tenor saxes, bari sax, bass clarinet, clarinet. Beautiful. The last time we did that, that's exactly correct. All right, print that every single time. Tenor sax, the tendency trap will fall into is to be way too strong as in that part. We're going to be way too loud typically. So just know that. If you need to put like 2 minuses in and write shh with an exclamation point or this or something like that, that's totally cool. Make sure that you don't allow yourself to overshadow what's going on in the flutes. Flutes, clarinets, beautiful playing. Good. We didn't let the pitch sag 3 before 97 quite the way we were before. That's a good thing. All right. Yeah. 3 before 97, we were letting the pitch sag earlier. That was not happening that time. Grab a cat, like whatever you need to do to not allow this to happen. A lot of times, if you just put your chin up at the end, that's going to solve a lot of the issues. So just chins up. And if you find that the pitch is sagging like crazy, just get out of Dodge. You don't need to hang on. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let's call it 80. Here we go with a pickup, and then we'll go through this march section and clean a couple things up. Here we go, pick up to 80, and 1, boom, and 1, 2, 3, 1. again. And 1, 2, 3, 1. Good movement. Great. What's your name? What is it? Andrew. Sound awesome. Your printed dynamic is? Great. Currently, because of context being who else is playing, how many other people are playing, where they are seated in proximity to the audience and to you, we are not hearing mezzo forte out in the audience. You're going to probably need to, because of context, treat that like a forte with a plus next to it. Why don't you make that adjustment in your part? Cool. Why don't you have him make that adjustment in the part, right? Yeah, just make, it's a forte and a plus. All right? Sounds great. Make it 80 one more time. We'll keep going no matter what happens. Here we go. And tenor sax is very nice. Thank you. And 1, 2, 3, 1. D, not even quarter notes. There it is. Great micro accent, very nice. And here goes Andrew. Effect. That's it. Cool. Yeah, boy, really, really effective presentation. Good for us. Hey, percussion, let's hear you 3 before 125. Right, 3 before 125. Just this build. See if we can make this even more impactful. And 1 and 2 and Yeah, so it doesn't seem as though it's getting any louder throughout, okay? So we need to grow throughout. We've got one dynamic at the beginning, which is, it's a really nice piano. It works pretty well. And then the forte at the end, we need connective tissue between the two. Try it again. And 2, 3. Yeah, and make sure that we're timing out the roll. 2, 3, 4, 1. And again, and 2, and Right? Try it again. 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 and a 4 E and a 1 and 2 and ready. That's the right idea. We're just looking for more dynamic growth throughout. Okay? Start a little softer, get a little louder. So sometimes we can get more growth by lowering the floor. Makes the ceiling seem higher. Try it again. Start a little softer, get a little louder. And 1 E and a 2 E and a That's closer, right? Love even more if we can get it. Let's get everybody in. This is back at right at 97. Right at 97. And gong, go, 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 gong. Go, go, go. Doing a great job getting the sound over the bar line. Good for us. Here's 97, and 1 and 2, and That's great. Yeah. So if you listen to what the percussion's doing, they've got this weight that goes out. Shugagum, shugagum, shugagum. That's not printed in the part. They're just doing that. They're just doing that as a copy paste idea, which works really, really well. If you have whole notes here, I'm going to ask you to copy and paste that same concept, right? So rather than hearing da da da, it's going to be a little bit more interesting. Okay, hit it, get out of the way. Hit the white note, get out of the way, let the black notes through, and then as you get to the end of the phrase, just push the dynamic a little bit. Da, 2, 3, 4, grow, grow, grow. Da, da, 2, 3, 4, grow, 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 da. Right? So we've got more motion in the ocean. Okay? Here's 97. Everybody's in. Just makes it more interesting. It de-lamifies it. And 1 and 2, don't be lame. And we get to 128. Hooray for key changes, right? 128, everybody is, or 125. You're right, they do make the numbers smaller every year. We need to prioritize what's going on here. So everybody's playing, and here's the crazy thing. Everybody in the room at 125 has forte marked in their part. Everybody right now, you're doing your job as it's printed, but we're now way more mature musically. We know that if all of us play forte, the audience isn't going to hear the important material. So we need to prioritize what's happening here. The primary material at 125, right? Or immediately after, I guess I should say 127. In 127. Primary material is not going to be the upper woodwinds. Okay? Upper woodwinds, you have this kind of melody-ish accompaniment that's really not the primary material. If you're an alto sax or a horn in 127, you are the primary material. Go ahead and put a plus in your part. If you thought you were the primary material, but you're not actually, go ahead and put a minus in your part. Okay? Easy enough. Flutes, Clarinets, you become an alto. You get to add in to the altos, right? And trumpets, you get to add in at 131. Then you are the primary material. Okay, so your dynamic should grow at 131. Prior to that, you are not the primary material. Okay, so that's going to have an impact on how you play dynamically. Make sure you put a plus when you're primary and a minus before that. Okay, easy stuff. Go ahead and start at 130 or 125, please. 125, right on the key change. And 1 and 2 and Great. So in 127, it's really important. If you're playing a white note in 127, if you have a note that is not colored in 127, you have to hit it and get out of the way so that we hear what's actually happening, right? Right now, especially trumpets, we get to 127 and we're just going ba-da-da, because it says forte. It's cool, it's a good sound, but it's not the most important thing in the room. You got to make sure that we allow the spotlight to get where it's supposed to be, okay? So how do you deal with that? Hit it, get out of the way. Treat it almost like a forte, mezzo forte. All right, try it again. Here's 125. And 1 and 2, everybody. That's it, yes! Yes. Yeah, good. Yeah, awesome. Trumpets, bravo, that's a print. In 127, do it that way every time. If you need to write forte, mezzo, forte, whatever you need to do it exactly like that every time, make sure that that happens, right? Great job with the melody. Forte pianos before 138. Let me hear y'all. Here we go. 3 before 138. If you're playing a forte piano, jump in. Here we go. And 1 and 2 and Cool. Yeah, so tenor saxes, you're doing great. You're playing with a lot of sound. Who leads the crescendo? People behind you. Cool, right? Cool. Make sure you try to fit your sound inside the baritone bell and fit that sound inside the tuba bells. Try it again. And trombones, you're doing great. Keep it up. Here we go. 3 before. 1 and 2, forte pianos. Go! Grow. Hold back. Yes, that's it. Cool. Keep thinking about subdivision, black notes inside the white notes, so we all arrive at 138 together. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Everybody's in. This is 125. We'll keep it rolling this time. Here we go. 125 in a box. Nice job, tornadoes. Here we go. 1 and 2 and Is that the kind of length you want at the end? Da! Off. Cool. Great. It's pretty darn good there, McCaskey. Nicely done. And what I hope to hear when we get to the end of a piece like that, stop moving, please. Thank you. What I hope to hear at the end of a piece like that is the concepts, right? The concepts that we talked about making their way in areas that we haven't talked about yet, right? So any kind of inventory you can go through now, the things that we discussed, mostly having to do with dynamics, right? Contrast, context, those sorts of things. That's what we're listening for, right? Because those are ideas that aren't just like how to train your dragon ideas. Those are ideas that you copy and paste from the foundational warm-up all the way through the repertoire. And hopefully you connect with each other, connect with whatever music is in front of you so that you can then connect with the audience who's out yonder. That's the goal, okay? Cool.
Yeah, if you ever had to actually train a dragon.
Then you know what to do. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
All right, Caskey, great work. Incredible growth over this morning session. Way to go. You got some nuggets? You were able to collect? Well, welcome back. We're just finishing our lunch session, and the kids, you'll probably hear some little eruptions there in the hall with Andrew Hitz talking about music and all kinds of fun things in terms of how to better practice, maximize your time in ensembles, and just be a better musician overall. We got to talk a little bit over lunch today about some issues that have come up in the lives and the careers of the educators we have with us today. And we like to take this time and use it as a little bit of a round table to air some ideas and talk through some things. So as we're getting started, I just kind of like to go around and introduce everyone.
Hi, I'm Adam Gumbel. I'm the Director of Athletic Bands here at Westchester University.
Hi, I'm John Johnston. I'm the Director of Bands at McCaskey High School, which is in the School District of Lancaster.
Hi, I'm Erica Westcott, and I'm the Director of Bands at Hatboro Horsham High School in Montgomery County.
Hi, I'm Kim Sulahian, and I'm the Middle School Director at Hatboro Horsham, alongside Erica.
I'm Andrew Yozoviak. I'm the Director of Bands here at Westchester University.
Greg Martin, Associate Director of Bands here at Westchester University.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Phillips, Director of Bands at Colorado State University.
So we have a pretty unique group of people here today in that both of the high school directors who were here and Kim in her new position in the middle school at Hatboro Horsham are all in their first year at their respective schools. So one of the things we were talking about were challenges of being like a first-year teacher in general for Erica, or making that transition to a new school and what that's like being in a new institution for the first time. So talk to us a little bit about what you guys are experiencing.
So this has been the largest district I've worked in. The high school itself is upwards of 2,600-ish students, with the promise that it's probably going to be larger over the next few years. Between that and having 12 middle school campuses, or 5 middle school campuses, 12 elementary campuses, it's a very big district. And I've found the kind of the year one things that I've been working on really come down to how do you navigate such a large system and do it in a way that's efficient and one that's going to be successful for your students. That's really probably been the biggest change that I've had to get used to.
Yeah, and at Hatboro Horsham, we've been just trying to build up the program right now. It started off pretty small when I got there last year, probably under 30 people if I had to guess, and we're currently at 42. Not here, we have some people missing today, but one of our challenges in a building program is I think it's the schedule for us. We operate on a block schedule, so there are 4 periods a day, 80 minutes each, and on top of that, they rotate days. So they'll have all of the same classes one day, then different class the next day, then back to the first day of classes, and so on. And so we see the band. I see some of the band students for 80 minutes every other day. Some of those students only 40 minutes because they also switch between choir because they're scheduled at the same time. And then on top of that, if students can't fit band in their schedule, then their only option is to take a lunch and learn rehearsal, which happens once a week for 30 minutes. So we have a really big spread of students who and their rehearsal time, really. And it's really just figuring out how can they get a decent, like a good base, a good foundation of music education while also, learning all the music and the rep that they have to do. But my challenge is how do I help them grow as musicians, and when I see them all for such different times is a big challenge for us.
And I think one of the really cool things about our program is that we do just have one middle school feeding into the high school. So all the students that I have, you eventually have, and coordinating between just 2 people has been a lot easier than I think coordinating between something that John is dealing with a lot of different schools. And one of the things that I'm looking to do this year is see what I can do to help support you in figuring out what I can teach the students now while I have a little bit more time with them during the day to help support the students that come up to you, so they already come in with some of that prior knowledge, as well as building the culture and getting students excited, so that the more students we have enrolled in the program, the more we can navigate some of those scheduling conflicts with administrators. We have 100 sixth graders right now in our program and 165 fifth graders coming up into the middle school next year, so some really promising things coming up.
That's incredible. You brought up the idea of some scheduling issues that you have. Now, is the block schedule new to your district, to your building, or has it been there for a while?
It's been there for a while. I'm pretty sure Hatboro-Horsham is one of the schools that kind of pioneered that concept of the block schedule. So we've had it for quite a while.
Okay. We definitely have some other people sitting around the table who have worked in settings either with block scheduling or some varied options. What have you folks experienced, and how did you navigate some of those challenges?
Yeah, I've only ever existed in a block schedule, and have been really fortunate to be working with folks at the administrative level who are open to taking some of the time in the schedule and devoting additional time to what it is that we're trying to do. So invariably, when you're dealing with a block, you're dealing with longer lunch periods, and so lunch and learn, or flex blocks, or whatever they are, tornado time, whatever it is in any given space. Whatever it might be, figuring out ways to provide opportunities for students that otherwise wouldn't be there. So leveraging the block schedule to be something that you can that can be a plus for your program. So one of the things that we did was we started a sectional program that actually evolved very quickly into a chamber ensemble program at one of the schools that I was teaching, and it was something where students who were normally going from lunch into a flex period, or a lunch and learn kind of situation, rather than go to their flex period where they were doing it'd be some remediation stuff or then some enrichment or whatever. They were still able to do that periodically, but typically they would come to the band room and participate in some sort of student-led chamber ensemble situation. So I think just in general, it's about taking the time that exists in the schedule, really examining it, really examining what's going on with the master schedule, figure out ways that you can leverage that to be a benefit for your students.
So, as opposed to Dr. Gumbel, since I started teaching right after the earth cooled, I got to see my kids every single day for 50 minutes every day of the year. And at one school, I was very fortunate to have my wind ensemble during the lunch period. The school had 3 30-minute back-to-back periods for lunches, and that's when wind ensemble was. So what I was able to do is rehearse my group Monday, Wednesday, Friday as it was scheduled. Tuesdays and Thursdays, I would have the woodwinds come in at the scheduled time and send the brass and percussion to lunch. Then they would switch in the middle 30 minutes, and then the last 30 minutes, everybody would come back in. So I not only got sectional time during the school day of an hour a week, but I also continued to get full ensemble rehearsals. That was amazing. That was amazing. If only we could do that with everybody. But I just kind of created it. I didn't ask for permission. I didn't even talk to my administrators about it. I just did it, and nobody even knew, because, it was a wind ensemble. We were only talking about 15, 20 kids with each section, so it worked out really well.
So when I started teaching, it was the transition from the multiple periods a day, 8 periods a day, into the block scheduling. So my first job, there were 8 periods a day, saw the kids every day all year. Second job was the A-B block scheduling. There were 3 classes a day. Imagine how long those were. And it was A-B, and that is absolutely the worst teaching system that I ever worked under. And then my third high school job, my last job before I went on to teach college, was a 4-period block that met every day. And in theory, at the semester, the classes would change, but the administration was really committed to music. So the choir, band, and orchestra kids stayed in ensembles both semesters for 4 years. And so 90 minutes a day, we broke that block into 2 different sub-periods to do different activities of fundamentals and chamber groups and full band. And I had a that was probably the best experience as far as getting them the time they needed. So.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of different models out there. And I think one thing that's important for us as music educators is that it's important for us to understand the entire schedule. Like if we know where the kids are, if we know what the kids are doing and all the different blocks, or what Dr. Martin just illustrated, what they're doing at lunch kind of thing, it becomes possible for us to identify different times of the day when kids might be available, or how we could lobby for more time. One opportunity I had in my second school district was just being able to take an idea to my principal that said, hey, I noticed this 15 minutes here. What if we just kind of put the band period here and lopped this on and approach this? And since it didn't cost any money and it didn't cost anybody else any other time, they were all about it. So, just having that knowledge sometimes arms us in pretty positive ways.
Yeah, I would add on to that. So conversations with administrators about, can we have band first period? We started with band in my second school district. We started with band second period in the block, and it's like, wow, we could gain an awful lot of time if that was home base for the kids when they showed up. They get there whenever they get there, but then we're ready to at least we're able to start right on time at the end of announcements first period, rather than having the transition time through the building and then have to get the instruments out starting late, invariably starting 2 or 3 minutes late. We could save ourselves, we would add 3 minutes times 90 days, we're going to add 270 minutes to our schedule just by doing that. Stuff like that, and being solution oriented rather than being problem oriented when you go in to see folks. All the administrators want to help. They're on our team. We're all on the same team. They don't necessarily know the nuances of what we're dealing with. We can help educate them. We can probably advocate for our programs and find win-win solutions across the board.
Yeah, I think one of the other interesting points that came up about your schedule, your individual schedules, just talking was, I don't know, we spend our high school careers as band kids. We get super excited about what we're doing, and that's our gateway drug to major in music when we go to college. We spend 4 years honing those skills, coming out wanting to be this great band director. And what we know, especially in the districts around here, is the reality is that you're probably going to be doing other things in addition to being the band director. So could you guys talk a little bit about the other things that are in your schedule?
Yeah, so I teach 3 sections of, in the fall it's piano, in the spring it's guitar, and often you have students that go from one right into the other. Sometimes they do just one or the other. I also teach a music technology class. Those are 2 semester classes. One of the things this was my first year teaching many of those classes, and one thing I really like about it is it gives me a more complete picture of the profile of the school district. And I think that's one major reason I think it would have taken me a lot longer to get a pulse on the school district and its culture and its values if I had not had the experience of doing that. We kind of live in a vacuum sometimes if we're just in our arts wing and we see the same kids every day, but when you have new faces coming in all the time, you get a more complete picture there.
Yeah, for me, since our schedule is divided semester 1 and 2, in semester 1 last fall, I was teaching that one section of concert band, and then I had some sections of guitar, rock ensemble, which I've been treating kind of like a modern band situation, and then music major as well, which actually met every single day in the semester, and it was 5 kids that are either looking to major in music or are just really serious about their instrument or about singing, and I kind of turned it into this crash course of theory and orals and music history, and just everything kind of just combined into one. So that was actually a really cool class for me. I enjoyed that a lot. And then this semester I'm doing that one section of concert band and then multiple piano and guitar classes too. So, but yeah, that's something that you're not really thinking about is you really don't, you're not a band director, really. You're, a music teacher. When you're hired, my contract says music teacher, not band director. So, I'm teaching music, like a lot of different kinds. But I really enjoy it, and I do enjoy getting to see kids that I would not ever normally see otherwise.
I teach a lot of band. At the middle school, I have about 175 students, so I'm teaching ensembles throughout the day, and I'm teaching pull-out lessons throughout the day. And while I don't teach general music, and probably won't be teaching general music as we are modifying our schedule in the next few years, I still try to support our general music teachers as much as I can. I'm making sure I'm popping into their classrooms, seeing what they're doing. I have some experience teaching general music, so I try to collaborate with them on the curriculum and help them come up with some new ideas. But I mostly teach band.
I would just add really quick one thing I hadn't thought about. There's a tremendous opportunity in those general music classes to recruit people into band. I have probably about a half a dozen people, some of whom are already in the room that maybe they were pretty good at piano, never played an instrument otherwise, maybe would have, and then COVID happened and then couldn't. So there's been a tremendous opportunity to kind of wrangle some more people in and get them more involved in the department.
For those of you watching who aren't from Pennsylvania, in this state we're certified as music, K to 12. It's not a tract thing where we would be certified in band or choir or general music. Everyone is certified to teach everything, so this is not an uncommon situation these days for sure. When I started teaching in the early 90s, they told me going into the position that you're probably going to have to do some other things as well. And the reality for me was that, in 15 years of public school teaching, I taught a single general music class for half a year. So it was a little different than what's going on now. I don't know if y'all could speak to your experiences.
Yeah, I was very fortunate with, at first school, my very first job out, I was the band director, I was the choir director. I taught 2 classes of general math and 1 class of health. That's what had to happen at this very small school. As I said, I did still get to see my kids every day. The next school, it was 3 classes of band. I had a color guard class, and I had a drumline class, which was that was just an amazing situation. Then the third school had a very similar thing, except jazz band was in the school day, and I had a theory class that I got to teach. That was the full year. So I've gotten kind of the whole gamut as far as of what I had to do, but the vast majority of my job was band. I was lucky with that.
And we taught in the same place, so I have similar stories. We had AP theory and the various concert bands, and one concept that was really big in Florida at the time was to have 9th grade band. So separate the students that are coming in and get them trained in what how the day would work, and then during the second semester, then they would audition into the classes, and that was nice. But one of the things I wanted to note that I think is really special, and I've heard it now yesterday and today in Pennsylvania, is that these pull-out lessons in these middle schools, and Iowa has something similar, but there's a clinic in there that needs to go to other states about how that is helping in those early stages of music, and how does that work in the schedule, and how does an administrator buy into that? Because obviously there must be pulling out of other classes, but that is really making a difference in band programs. So I really hope that some folks here in Pennsylvania will plan to share some of those sessions online with other places, because I think that's valuable, really cool.
That's an interesting observation, because that is one of the things that is a tradition in Pennsylvania at the elementary levels, certainly in most middle school programs, and even in some high schools. Wow. Both of the districts I taught in had pull-out lessons in high schools, and I think because it has been rooted so long, you have conversations pretty regularly with administrators, other faculty, those kind of things, but it's certainly a strength. Yeah.
Yeah, I started my career teaching exclusively band and pull out lessons, one band period a day and then pull out lessons through the day. And then gradually it morphed into something very different. I changed school districts 4 years in, and I had band followed by music theory, and then some sectionals that were happening throughout the day. And then over time, that started to morph into band, and then 9th grade band on the opposite day, and then music theory one day, and then AP music theory the next day, and some lessons. And then the lessons kind of went away, and then music technology was added in. And then I taught music in the theater class, and pop, rock, and jazz class, and guitar class, and piano class, and all the classes that you could be doing. And one of the things that ended up happening at the middle level in the second school that I was teaching was pull-out sectionals went away. And we took the opportunity, rather than pulling students out once every cycle, once every 6 days, we said, hey, okay, we understand that the pulling students out of core instruction, which is really code for instruction that's assessed at the state level that has high stakes associated with it, but we won't go there. Rather than pulling students out of this, would it be possible for us to increase the frequency that students are having bands? So they were like, yeah, we could probably figure that out. Like, how should we do it? And we were able to come up with a 40-minute block throughout the year where we had a class called Wind Foundations or Percussion Foundations. So it ended up being an every other day class. And it was full group, and like all of the wind players in 7th grade were in class. And I, rather than teaching beginning guitar, they figured out a way to make that work in the high school with somebody else. And then I was able to go down to the middle school for the last 2 years and teach all the 7th grade Wind Foundation students every other day for 40 minutes, which was a huge win. And my colleague taught the Percussion Foundations class and turned that into, we did foundational, like all the in tone and tune and time stuff that you need to do to grow those foundations. And then also turn that into some small ensemble work. Like we could have small chamber groups at that level. There's a lot of great stuff out there. And then percussion ensemble, that was the big thing. We had conversations in the other room about just the preponderance of percussionists and the how and the why and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, if you can get them in one room with one person, you can be talking about technique on a zillion different instruments, but then also put them together and teach them instrument-specific techniques through percussion ensemble repertoire. So anyway, again, if it's one of those things where if somebody's looking at cutting something, it's like, okay, well, rather than look at that as the end of the world, what are the opportunities inherent in this? And hey, we understand why we wouldn't want the kids missing this instruction. Is there any opportunity to if we could grab 30 minutes every other day or maybe 40 minutes every other day, can we turn that into a net win if what we're really trying to do is see our students?
I would like to add, though, the cautionary tale here. There are some schools that we know of in the area where they've gotten rid of all ensembles during the school day, and it's only pull-out lessons. And any ensemble work has to happen either before or after school. And to me, that's the extreme side of this thing that's kind of gotten out of whack. Yeah. So we just have to be aware of that. But, Texas, they've got this thing figured out better than probably anybody. And the bigger schools there have an applied faculty, just like you find at colleges, and their lessons are actually scheduled as a class. So they're not having to miss math or anything else. They go to their clarinet lesson at this time once a week. So, I think that would be a model that some of us could look at if we're trying to really combine all the stuff that we're talking about.
We've got a bit of a hybrid of that at SDOL, and that's all thanks to a local nonprofit, Music for Everyone, that serves students throughout Lancaster County, but they spend a lot of time in SDOL. they're pretty much responsible for middle school lessons happening because our music faculty does so many things, wears so many different hats. And that actually extends to the high school. I have a percussion instructor that comes in during band twice a week usually. I have a woodwind instructor that comes in on Thursdays, and at other days he's at other schools. They're a great set of people, and that's a large part of our success is because that collaborative process happens throughout the year.
All right, well, getting back to new job, new kids, new environments, talk to us a little bit about what you've been experiencing with this new group of super enthusiastic kids. I mean, just being able to jump in and work with them a little bit today. They are great groups of kids. And talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, my students have not had any type of trip or experience like this with clinics or anything in at least 15 years. So this is the first time they've ever done anything like this or have heard from anyone that's not me. And I think they're doing really well with it. They've been very receptive and respectful of the clinicians in my eyes, and I love that there was so much enthusiasm to come spend a whole day on concert band music from my students. You know, I can't say enough great things about the kids that I have in my ensemble. And you know, outside of my ensemble, something that caught me off guard a little bit was just how many students in our district are non-native English speakers or have English as a second language, especially in my elective classes, so especially in piano and guitar. And how can I support them just like I'd support my concert band students and help them get a good music education as well, and finding resources for these students who might not speak any English at all. I have such a range of students there, and I think you do too, right?
Yeah, SDOL sports somewhere around 32 different languages for students in the district. I myself, I was thinking about this as you were speaking. I think right now I'm teaching students that are primarily Spanish speakers, students that are primarily French speakers, and one or two others that I'm blanking on off the top of my head. So even just in the micro sense, you see that very, very, very acutely, and on the big picture, that does dictate a lot of the educational trends that you see in our school district.
And I think going back to what you were talking about with just the group of students that we do have a very supportive community of the arts, as well as some elementary feeders that are also instill that love for music within our students. But culture building is a huge part of why we're able to be successful. I have some moments in the day, usually during activity period, that students will come down and we'll just sit and watch some good band music. We were watching Renewal the other day to prepare them for what we're playing later today in Wind Ensemble, and they loved it. So just feeding little nuggets of information to them about why what you have to look forward to and what this is all about has been really beneficial for building culture in such a short amount of time for our students.
Yeah, our students, much like your situation, Erica, your marching band goes to different places all the time, and outside of a Disney trip, this is also probably the first trip of this kind that the concert band's done, probably around 15 years as well. People have no idea when the last time something like that happened. So this really does, with the way that the kids are responding, feel like a very big tent pole moment for that organization, and I can't thank you all enough for hosting it.
I love the conversation about culture building and the opportunities that you all have right now, because it's like a blank slate, right? If this is the first thing that you've been able to do in quite a while, what are the next things that are going to happen? So have you thought at all about, what's your vision for the program? What happens over the next 3 to 5 years? Here we go, baby.
Survive.
Lay it out there, Erica.
I don't know. I feel like I have so many ideas and things, but at the same time, I'm not trying to, implement too many things all at once and have too much of a change. But, something that I've taken away from this with clinicians and just having other people's opinions on the music and have the kids hearing from someone that's not their teacher that they see every day, I think has been so helpful. And I'd love to have a chance to, in the future, bring people out to our school or, do other things like this more often.
Pick us.
Yeah, and just, so that they can get that chance to, hear from people that it's not just me talking at them for 80 minutes a day, But yeah, I think this has just been a really good eye-opening experience for myself and my students as well, and definitely something I want to build on.
I'll add real quick. I was just talking with Becky about this yesterday. I was very hesitant as a young teacher to let anybody in my band room because I know what needs to be fixed. Let me get it fixed first, and then you can come in. And that's the worst mistake as young teachers that you can make. You need to get other people in there because of the reinforcement of your good teaching that these people are saying. That gives you legitimacy to your kids because all of a sudden now it's not just Miss Westcott saying this, it's all these other people. And shout out to Cindy Berry because she's the person in Florida that actually forced me into that situation. So
I think this type of collaboration and these opportunities to get together and share ideas, in addition to having other people, in the room. But it's just like, how many seeds can you plant up here that are gonna that you're gonna choose to water, and when are you gonna do it, right? And these kinds of opportunities where you can get together, especially as young educators and folks that are new to the profession. I know that our partners at J.W. Pepper have a new teachers club that is available out there. So it's if you haven't signed up for if you're a new teacher and you're out there checking this out and you haven't signed up, you're interested in getting involved in a collaborative learning environment, that's in a virtual space, and then sign up today. Like, get out there, go to the website, jwpepper.com, check it out, and make sure that you can have conversations with folks who are in the same boat as you.
I also say, I know here in Pennsylvania we have it, check your MEAs, your state MEAs, because Pennsylvania has a new teacher mentorship program that through PMEA that you can contact the people at PMEA and they will put you in touch with a SAGE professional if you're a new teacher, and that you can have some collaboration there. SAGE.
It's my second favorite spice. The experience here and like getting to bring your kids to university campus and cool that's a big deal. Something else I would challenge you to do is, who are those programs in your area who are really, really setting the bar, right? Kim was saying about like putting on videos and watching pieces. You're putting on videos of great performances, of great programs to inspire your kids to rise to a different level. Man, find the school right down the street who's doing it really, really well. A couple of the guys yesterday, they were doing this thing between their bands where they have these group concerts. And it's not their official concert, but like they'll get together with each other and they'll have pizza for dinner with the kids, and the kids all screw around together. They each play a couple tunes, maybe they'll play a couple tunes together. But they're seeking each other out, and these like-minded directors, all of whom really, really want to achieve. Not just some randos who are just slapped together because you live in the same place or something like that. But I don't know. What are the kind of things did you do to get your kids out of town?
Well, I mean, so the Concertzilla idea was something that was huge. We got this was at Hempfield toward the beginning. I know that the band director at Springford was somebody. Seth Jones and I we really hit it off. We shared like foundational or philosophical foundations that we thought we knew that our kids could get together in the same room and really learn a lot from each other, and I would learn a lot from him. Hopefully he learned something, from hanging out with us for a little while. But like getting together and doing that kind of thing is really critical. And you have opportunities like this. Thankful that we are able to host this for 6 schools a year who were able to come out. We've got the middle school version of this that we got liftoff on. Last year, which happens next week. We'd love to have, groups like Kim's come out and, start to engage with other middle school band directors. So it's not just the silo, like just one school, one way to doing things. Like get out and make sure that you're having conversations. I mean, the way the PMEA thing is set up too, when you're at district auditions or whatever, like you get everybody in the same room at the same time. Like what kind of conversations are happening there? County level festivals, what kind of conversations are happening there? And then what kind of collaboration can be born from that? How do you start to, are there I used to live in Ephrata, and there were a lot of band directors who lived in the same area. We used to have the Ephrata Band Directors Association meetings. If you were watching yesterday, I know Andy talked about the Monroe County Band Directors Association. We had a similar kind of thing going on when I was out in Lancaster County. It was a bunch of folks who. And actually it was really interesting because not necessarily everybody had the same philosophical foundations but it's like, I don't know, wings and beer bring people together, baby. Like get together and have conversations and try to, solve the world's problems or by starting in your own band room. So anytime you can get people together, learning is going to happen. And it's just as important for us to be learning from each other as it is for us to be teaching the students, for sure.
Go, Joe.
My goal for year one with this thing, I pretty much just coined it as exposure therapy. It's getting them to expose to as many different experiences as they can have, both by bringing people onto campus to see them, and also things like this for the first time where we're coming somewhere else and demonstrating. I think through that diversity of opinion, we can find the best ways out of everything to do what we're trying to do, and try and find the cutting edge of the thing, our specific flavor of band.
Yeah. How did you all expose your kids to different things, different places, different ideas? What were some of the things you did?
So one of the things that we did, and it worked in 2 different directions when I was teaching high school, is our December concert was always the quote-unquote 8th grade recruiting concert. Mm-hmm. And so we would have chamber ensembles, small, like quartets that always had something fun and light, and I would arrange a lot of those. Sometimes the kids would, Baby Elephant Walk, or some sort of a jazz thing for 4 saxophones or 4 mallets. And so we'd have them placed throughout wherever it is that we were performing, and they would go from 1 to 1, and then we'd open the curtain and there'd be the jazz band. They'd play a tune, close the curtain, or whatever. And then eventually I would allow the 8th grade feeder school, I said, tell us something you're working on right now. And we would get the piece and we would work on it and then invite all the 8th graders to come up on stage and play the piece with us. And then we ended with the marching band coming in, surround, playing something from the show that everybody wants to see, a drum line, and that kind of thing. But then in reverse, we would get together with the local university, University of South Florida, was right there, and we would do a concert where we'd play a couple of things. We'd do a combined piece, then they would do a couple of things, exposing the kids and the parents to what's next. This is not the end all. And so the hope was that there was this lifelong learning of music that was being experienced, and that there was always another level. So that was the hope.
Too, in Florida, this is something we both experienced. They have a required state assessment festival, both at the district level and then at the state level, that you have to take your band and perform for adjudicators that provide assessment. And I got the idea, again, not original, got the idea, again, from other colleagues, that it was so much more meaningful when I would take my band early and they would listen to some of the other band performances. And I even gave them the adjudication sheets for them to fill out so that they knew what the adjudicators were listening for. And I found that interaction, then they'd all go out in the hallway and talk to the kids. I found those types of interactions really elevated my kids' understanding to what it was like to be a part of this larger thing that we call the band world.
Yeah, and I know that there are so assessment and adjudication is so critical. I mean, that's how we get better in anything, right? Goal setting and reflection of practice, all that stuff. So like, why couldn't you have an assessment, set up your own adjudication? And I know PMEA has this mechanism now, and you don't even really need to go through a state governing conference or body to do this, but PMEA does it where you can get 3 or 4 groups together and then host an adjudication. You can open it up so that it's also a concert for folks. You can have Concertzilla with adjudication, with an educational opportunity for parents. Like, you can have these kinds of events. It doesn't break the bank for sure, and it's something that provides learning opportunity for all the stakeholders that are involved. So do that. No.
Yeah, I think that's a natural next step for us, is starting to pursue those opportunities to get consistent feedback and sort of a consistent process. It's definitely something that I'm looking forward to getting them to start to experience, because I think, to speak to Dr. Martin's point, having that baseline that's really consistent is how programs are consistently excellent. There has to be context there.
Yeah.
And tying this into the culture thing too, the reason we're all sitting here right now, including myself being around since the earth cooled, is band was a home for all of us. And the more experiences we can provide our kids, besides just having the band room open for them to come eat lunch, which is important, it's very important, but the more of these type of experiences to give them that feeling of home and of safety and of refuge, the better our culture building is going to be.
Well, I think that you've got a great first step in what you're doing just by being here today, and getting some other ideas from other people, and also starting to figure out who other like-minded people are in the business that you may be able to collaborate with. So we're excited to chart your journeys with your programs and see how this is all going to develop. And if you're sticking around, you're going to be able to check out our little bit of a show and tell at the end of the performance today. I don't know, we got some dragons. It's going to be
I think that's
toted
gonna be
out
the
there.
one.
Okay, yeah, buckle up. Scottish dragons coming your way. Okay. Well, thank you very much for listening in. We're going to take a little bit of a break now as we are hearing Andrew Hitz finishing up in the hall, and we're going to get reorganized in our rooms, and we'll be back with you in about 5-10 minutes for our next session.
J.W. Pepper sells more than sheet music. We now carry marching band and color guard equipment from the brands you know and trust. Shop gear for your marching band at jwpepper.com/marchingarts.
Or 15 minutes, because I don't want to wear you out. So I'm going to be very mindful of that. But is this the dragon you're going to do, you think?
How are we feeling? So we're going to do one or the other. How to Train Your Dragon, choose joy. Okay, I think it's going to be How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah. So we'll spend a little bit of time on that.
Yeah.
Some things.
Yeah, we went pretty heavy on that.
Yeah, yeah. So warm them up really quick, get them kind of centered, and then.
All right, folks, let's do our F descending Remington. Goal of this one for right now is just get our faces moving again. Also, let's mentally take ourselves back to earlier today, thinking about the movement of the breath, the movement of our body, so that we can get that happening all at the same time. So.
Thank you. Now, better. It's better. It's better. By the way, is the last note a half note? Okay, good. Because some people do it a dotted half, so I just want to check and make sure. Half note. All right. Now what I'm hearing is little spikes on the steps. Instead of nice, even, smooth steps. We don't want any bumps along. Have you all ever had to get up in the middle of the night and you go somewhere and you forget and you stub your toe, like on the edge of the bed or in the door? Anybody ever done that? Maybe I'm just old and that happens to me a lot. Yeah, that's the most rude thing ever, isn't it? Because you're just half asleep and all of a sudden this pain just jolts your whole body. We don't want to do that to our music. We want to make it everything nice and even and smooth. Okay, try it again. 1, 2, from the top. Bumps or not? Bumps, yeah. Get rid of them. 1, 2, ready, and. Now what happened to the end of the note? It curved. Okay, there's lots going on here. What could be causing the bumps? Articulating too hard. What else? Not what?
Consistent air.
Lack of consistent airstream. There's one other thing that shockingly contributes to this. Not everybody moving their fingers at the exact same time. That can create bumps. So now we have to make sure that we're very precise in how we're putting our fingers down for the different notes. Try it again. 1, 2, 1, 2, ready, and. How was that? Much better, wasn't it? Okay, start over again. Let's see how far we can go. 1, 2, ready, and. It's better. It's getting better every single time, and that's all we can ask you to do. What does not lie ever in our sound, in this room? What never lies to us? Play the first 3 notes. First 3 notes. 1, 2, 1, 2, ready, and. The echo, the sound as it goes out. A lot of times we don't have this luxury in our rehearsal rooms. Like our rehearsal room is the one that's right back over here, dead as a doornail. Dead as a doornail. And then we come in here and all of a sudden the sound echoes for half an hour, right? But that will never lie to you. So if you don't like what you're hearing after you stop the note, make an adjustment. Have you ever stopped to really listen to that? Do that this time. 1, 2, we're going to keep going. 2, 3, 4. What are you hearing? First thing I heard was a late release on the marimba each time. What did you hear out here? Was it a good sound? Was it in tune? Was it blended? Those are the questions you should ask yourself. Those are the questions you should ask yourself. Was it consistent? Did we hand the note off to the audience, or did we drop the platter right before we got it to them? anytime you play into a rest, that's what you have to think of. We have a saying around here. Good bands take care of the beginnings of notes. Great bands take care of the ends of the notes. Which one's easier? The beginnings. Easy. We breathe together, we start together. Which one's the challenge? The ends. How we end things. That's the challenge. And that's really kind of what we're talking about here. By the way, are we better on the steps? Yeah. And we've actually gotten you distracted away from that a little bit. We are better. Where did Mr. Johnston go? I don't know. Yes. When he was here, he disappeared too. So, yeah, I don't know this piece, but I want to hear some of it. Thank you. Can I hear, please, the first note in the tubas, the trombones? Do we have a bass clarinet? Yes. Let me hear the first note, tubas, trombones, and bass clarinets. Just play your note and hold it. 2, ready, breathe. Do you hear where it is, where I just cut you off? Do you hear where it is? Can we start there? Whatever you had to do, start with that. Try it again. 1, 2, ready, breathe. How many of the rest of you all hear bah, the curve? Okay. That's an airstream thing. Keep the jaw down. Keep the jaw, not you all. Keep the jaw down. And have the airstream nice and solid. Let me hear it. 2, ready, and. Let me hear just the tubas, just tubas. Go ahead. Play. Wherever that was, so wherever your tongue was, start with that. Try it again. Ready, and. Perfect. Do that every time. Let's try it again. Can you do it twice in a row? And. Yes. Now your job is to get inside of that sound. 2, ready, and. Who do you all hear more than anybody else? Trombones, I agree. And I know that's not an easy note. I get that. Those teeth have to be apart like you're going, oh, isn't that cute? Oh. Try it again. You can help out if you all can play just a little stronger. I know it says piano. He's lying to you. Big time. When do you all ever get to play piano? Never. You will never, ever play piano. Okay? Try it again. So a little stronger tubas. Trombones work to get inside that sound. Ready? And. Is it better? A little bit. A little bit. Okay? Again, are there just you two tubas, or are we missing it? Okay? So your job then, I would take my pencil and mark out the piano and maybe put mezzo forte. Just so it's a reminder. Now, once they start, when the horns and the upper trombones split, y'all go up, you're going to have to actually back off a little bit because you've got to come in out of this sound. That's the challenge here at this beginning. This is not something where we're flipping on lights. We have sliders. Do you know what a slider is in a light room? Okay, so the sound is just coming in. But again, we can't bend the pitch. It's got to be solid from the beginning. How fast do you start this?
A little faster than written tempo.
Yeah, for smart. And 1, 2, beginning, and. One, two. Good, 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 good. Hey, trumpets, tell me about D. What do we know about that fingering for that note? It's a lot sharp. Yeah. How do we combat that? That third valve slide, if you have one of those rings, or if you have one of those things, you're supposed to, when you put that third valve slide down, you're supposed to kick it out. Now, how much do you kick it out? That's where you need to get a tuner, and you need to pull it out and find out exactly where that note's in tune. And then you figure out what that feels like from muscle memory. If you're struggling to move it because you've never been asked to move it before, this is something we need to work on.
Or if you're borrowing one of ours and it doesn't.
Or it's frozen. Yeah. Yeah.
Work in progress.
Yeah. So I just wanted you to be aware. These are all things we can do to help make this a lot better. Okay? Let's try it again from the beginning. Horns, can you come in just a hair softer? Just a hair. Just minuscule. Beginning. 1, 2, ready, and. Play that note and hold it. I want you to play, you see it says piano? Ignore it. Ignore it. Just play with the very best sound you've got, okay? Measure 8. Play your note and hold it. Forget that it says piano. 2, ready, breathe. I'm going to ask you to do something that's going to be very uncomfortable. Maybe you already do it. On do, I want you to sing your note. On do, using syllable do. 2, sing, and. Now, I want you to sing it so the person sitting in the very back up there will be able to hear you. 2, sing, and. Okay, the important part of do is this. It's not do, it is do. Try it again. 2, sing, and. Try it again. 2, this is important, and. So what I'm hearing when you're singing is I'm hearing the third. There's not a third in that chord, right? It's just an open fifth, F and C. Does anybody have any other note in measure 8 besides concert F or concert C? Well, G is a concert C, right? Yeah, it's concert C.
Horns, play your note real quick there. 2, and ready, and.
Okay, yeah.
It's a fifth. It's a fifth. Concert B flat is your F. When the band plays concert B flat, you play F. So a concert C would be your G. Yeah? It's okay. You actually made me doubt myself for a second, so that's fine. That's fine. So yeah, but I'm hearing a concert A in there, which is not really good. Try it again. Play it. Play measure 8. Sit up nice and tall so we can get really good breath. Your very best sound. Does it mean it needs to be loud? No. Just your nice mezzo good sound. Ready? 8. Sing it on do. Ready? Sing. When I just cut you off, did you hear how it kind of locked in? Yeah. Can we start there? Sing it again. Ready? And. Your choir teacher would love what just happened. Yeah, your choir teacher would love what just happened. Sing it again. That was great. 2, sing, and. Doesn't that sound really cool? Play it just like that. Just like that. Same shape of your throat. Same shape. 2, ready, and. I think you're playing it differently than you're singing it. Okay? I know he's talked about the pyramid of sound with you, yes?
Level 3, right? Level 3.
Yeah. Pyramid of sound. Who is here? Yeah. Specifically, tubas, not trombones, bass clarinets, bari sax. Okay? Who is here? Not even. Piccolo, when you have one. Piccolo, I would even say bells. Oboe's not there. Okay? Who is here? Look where my nose is. First clarinets, first flutes. If you have an oboe, first trumpets. Okay? Who's right in here? Alto saxophones, French horns. Who's down in here? Tenor saxes, trombones, euphonium. Okay? Why is it shaped like this? It is directly relative to dynamics. That's why I told the tubas, rarely will they ever play a piano when it's written. Flutes know this all too well. When do you all get to just play all out as loud as you can play? That's it. And that's just so we can hear you. Inside, never, right? We're always going, it's too loud, it's too loud, it's too loud, it's too loud. In order to get this note to sound the way it has to be, it depends on where you are in the pyramid of sound and where your note is. Like first trumpet, you're on a higher note, you're probably not going to be able to play as stronger as the lower trumpets will. Okay, play measure 8 again. I know I'm getting really into the weeds here, but this is a real important concept I want to make sure you've got before you leave. Play measure 8. Ready? And. Was it better than the last time? Sure. Sure. I still think tubas can be stronger. I still think my friends right here can be a little stronger. Okay? One more time. One more time. Now, I'm going to add one more layer. Here it is. Here's the challenge. I want you to disappear into the sound. Completely disappear into the sound. You all are the sound. So you just play. The rest of you disappear. If you hear yourself over people around you, disappear into the sound. Measure 8. 1, 2, ready, and breathe. Did you hear what that sounded like? What'd you think? It's a lot better, yes? Can we do that when we get there? Beginning. Beginning. Your job when we get to measure 8 is to duplicate that, beginning. Because percussion are tired of this. They want to play. 1, 2, beginning, and. No! Anybody ever watch Princess Bride? Boo! I probably just broke the microphone. Here we go. Think about what we worked on. 1, 2, beginning, and. How successful were we? Yeah. Do you like the way that sounds? Okay, so here's my question. Give me your eyes. Here's my question. What are you waiting for to play like that all the time? See, with my ensemble here at the university, when I get them to do something like that I want them to do, I tell them they've made the biggest mistake of their lives because they've showed me they can do it. And now I expect it all the time. You like the way you sound just then? Then why would you not play that way all the time? And it just took a few little manipulations. It took you listening a little differently than you've probably listened before. Maybe. It took me going in and go a little more here, a little less there. What does that sound like? You put a little more of this in, you take a little bit out of that. Cooking, right? Yeah. We're cooking. We're cooking here. That's what, if that's what you want, I'm all about chocolate brownies. Absolutely. Absolutely. You want to do 9 for me?
All right, here we go. Moving on. Ready, measure 9.
Hey, it's faster at 9, yes? Does that mean you change the way you play? No. Yep.
Here we go. Right at 9. Take some of those ideas that Dr. Gumbo was talking about earlier. Yeah. Little mini phrase stuff. Let's see how much of that we can get on the first rep. Here we go. Right at 9. We're already starting a little too fast.
right, so talk to me about how you think that went. So, here's something I want you to think about. Your end performance, wherever that is, if it's a concert, whatever, your end performance is an average of every time you play the piece, even if it's just that much of it. Every time you play, it's an average. Now think about that in your classes. Your end grade at the end of the marking period is an average of all the grades during the marking period, yes? Including the worst grade you got, which in this case for the music would be when you what? First time you played it, to the best grade you got, which is happening probably right before the concert. But it's not this, and it's not this. Where is it? Here. So how do you move that needle towards the more positive end? Take advantage of every time you play it and try to make it the very best it can be, okay? What do you hear as an ensemble as a potential correction that we could make that's going to make it better in 45 minutes? Okay, so tempo, you're fighting tempo. Whose job is tempo? It's you. Whose job is tempo not? Not his job. His job is this. And he's done. Now it's your job, okay? So yes, tempo variations, tempo fluctuations. You got to learn to trust each other more. What else? I hear one thing really particular. So transition. Does the tempo change there? No, it stays the same. What does change is now instead of having a 4, you only have 3, okay? For me, and this is not your fault, percussion, you're overbalancing the band. Why is it not your fault? No, it's not the band's playing too soft. It's this surface. So especially like the snare drums and the tom that you're playing, the sound hits this hard surface. This is the same problem we have here at the university. A lot of times we'll put down towels or rugs or things underneath just to make sure that it's absorbing some of the sound, because it just shoots right out. So learning how to play in different environments, that's really important. So in this particular case, I think you all could bring your volume down maybe 35%. So that's going to really pull the stick heights and things down. There's a moment where, is it you playing the flute solo? You? Where if there's a flute solo up here, I was standing right here and could not hear the flute solo. So you all have to use your ears and listen forward, just like they're listening back. You have to listen forward, and if you can't hear what's going on, obviously we're not going to be able to do it out here. Okay? Can we start? Where's the flute solo? Fine. Let's get into that. Can we start 22? 22?
22.
Percussion, do you know where the flute solo takes place? Okay, great. Okay? These are all questions you need to ask yourselves. So, you're going to start off at 22, softer, because we just talked about a balance thing. Then when you get to 31, you're going to come way down and play so that you can hear the flute solo. Okay, here's 22, everybody. Good. That is so much better. You're actually playing as an ensemble right now. However, you're being typical high school students. Softer means slower, right? Oh, really? Do you get my sarcasm? Yeah. Yeah, percussion especially. When you got softer behind the flute solo, you slowed way down. I'm gonna let you work on this for a second. Sure. I've got to go talk to him for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's call it, hey, the other thing that I'm hearing kind of in the same vein, I'm hearing us go for that growth in the
All right. I think I'm tired. I almost just called you Dr. Adam Gumbel. And
Oh, I've been called a lot
you
worse.
two don't really resemble each other.
Not at all. I can be his father.
You said it, not me. We're here with Dr. Craig Martin. Talk to us about what you were just working on.
So I've just been working on trying to round out the sound a little bit. I mean, they're a great group of kids and they're very responsive, but right now the sound is a little bit on the edgy side. So I've been just trying to round it out and get them to think and listen differently about things. And the biggest correction that we were able to accomplish is just bringing the percussion section down a little bit, because he's got like 3 people playing the snare drum part, which I understand why you do that. But now we have to adjust to make sure that it's musical coming off the stage. So.
Yeah, sure. I liked how you got them to make just an absolutely gorgeous sound, and then you told them that that was bad news, because that you were then going to demand that from them and challenge them to demand it from themselves.
Yeah, my ensemble hates it when it happens here at the university.
Right?
I was like, you messed up. And you hear them all go, oh.
In one of yesterday's clinics, I told the kids if they're bored to raise their standards. And, you know, it's like, yeah, it's same thing.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Demand it of yourself all the time.
Yep.
All the time.
There you go. All right. Well, let's get you back in there for the home stretch.
Great.
Thank you, sir. Good.
Good. Right here, who has the melody? Is it Is that the melody? Well, you're playing it like it is. Okay, you got to use these things. We have 2 of these, right? On both sides of our head for a reason. You got to use them, and you got to adjust. I want to try something with you. You all mentioned that you felt uneasy when it went into the 3/4 bar. Whose job is time? Everybody's. Did Dr. Gumbel talk to you all about fitting the small notes inside the big notes? I'm sure he did, because that's one of his things, and I totally buy that. What does that say you have to do? You have to listen. If you have big notes, long notes, you have to listen to the small notes, so you're changing at the same time. If you have small notes, you have to listen to the big notes. Where does the 3/4 start? 53. I'm going to start you, and I'm going to stop conducting. I want you to take control of the bus. Are you going to crash it down the hill, or are you going to drive? 53. That's the tempo. All right. 1, 2, 3, 53, go. Okay, that's fine. So you know you're supposed to move a little faster with the melody. That means you all are going to have to be willing to listen over here, get your ears across the room, and follow them. Because they did a really nice job of agreement with the time. I don't think we're doing a great job with the smaller notes. Anytime we have quarter notes, if we have a dotted quarter and eighth, we're not doing a particularly great job of keeping those in time. So the people with the long notes are struggling to figure out what's going on in your heads. Okay, let's try it again. Try it again. Horns, I want to compliment you, and saxes, compliment you. That long note that takes place before 64, you did a great job of time because you came in exactly at the right spot. Okay, 53, it's your job. 1, 2, 3, 1, ready, and. Right there. Be-da-dee-da. Be-da-dee-da. It's sounding more like be-da-dee-da. Be-da-dee-da. You've got to have that rhythm going in your head. Try it again. 1, 2, 3, Measure early. Hey, is there time in the ensemble in measure 62? Wins. Is there time in the ensemble measure 62? Or is everything that's going on a dotted half note? We have a dotted half note answer. Anybody else have anything different? Can we play measure 52? Measure 52. 52.
I think 62.
62, yes, sorry, 62. 62, I'm old. 62, ready? 1, 2, 3, 62, and. Again, that's right on your measure. 1, 2, 3, 1, ready, and. Yeah, that's right on the bells. That's right on. That's the measure you're playing. 1, 2, 3, 1, ready, and. The bells have 3 quarter notes. The bells have 3. No, I'm going to ask you to play it louder. I know it says mezzo forte. Play it almost a. Yeah, play it forte. You're it. You're the main deal there. 62. 1, 2, 3, 1. Listen and. So that can help you all to know when the next measure is. Okay? 4 before 64. 4 before 64. Measure 60. 1, 2, 3. You're keeping time. Keep going. '97. What's this tempo?
Oh, yeah, about 112.
All right, 97. And 1, 2. This is a percussion moment. Okay, so this has been your moment. Right there where I stopped at 107, you all now go back into the fabric of the sound. Okay? So make sure you're making that difference. Yep. We got 11 minutes.
Okay. So
And then there's a 15-minute break.
So the performance doesn't start at 3:30.
3:45.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. Okay. How'd you do holding on to time without either one of us up here doing stuff? It's pretty good. But it was pretty good. And the thing is, you were learning to adjust to each other. So the point of that whole exercise, friends, is to get you to trust one another. You're actually a lot better off than you think you are. You actually know what to do. Just for whatever reason, you don't trust each other. So can we make a pledge to trust each other more? Yeah? All right. Who can tell me some of the major things that we've talked about in the last 35, 40 minutes? Tempo. Whose job is it? It's yours. Balance and blend. How does that affect our dynamics? Yeah, what's on the page is probably not to be taken literally, right? Look, and I know you've probably heard this speech before, but I'm going to say it anyway. Give me your eyes. What is this? It's paper with ink on it, right? Most people, I could walk out here in the hallway right now and I could hand this to somebody and they'd be like, but you know what to do with it because you've been taught. This is not music. We say it all the time. We're really bad about this. Make sure you take your music home and practice. That's really wrong. We should not say that. We should be saying, take your parts home, because this is not music. Music is what happens when people like yourselves interpret these dots and make something better out of it. Okay? I like to equate this a lot of times to an analogy of I'm going to put some flour and some eggs and some sugar and whatever flavoring into a bowl. I'm going to pour it into a pan and I'm going to put it in the oven and I'm going to bake it. Would you want to eat what came out? What did I forget to do? What did I forget to do? Stir it all up. I forgot to mix it together. This is your flour. This is your eggs. This is your sugar. This is your flavor. It's not music. Music is what happens when you stir it all up and make something out of it. The best way to do that is when you're playing, use these. You all listen back to them. You all listen up, and making sure that the product that's going out there, which is always true, is what you want. And take advantage of every single time you play a rep. Don't ever, ever just play mindlessly. Everything should have a purpose, because what you're trying to do is increase the value at the end of that average, yeah? What else have we talked about? Yeah, you basically play or higher, yeah. Yeah, why? Because of the pyramid of sound. Exactly, exactly. And upper voices typically don't ever get to play the upper end dynamics because you're further up in the pyramid of sound. Middle voices, I think that's the easiest. You can pretty much trust what's on the page, okay? The exception to that rule is when you have a solo. Solo dynamics are always what? They're always up. They're always up from what's written, okay? What else? Talked about anything else? The echo never lies. Small notes need to fit where? Inside the big notes, and the big notes need to listen to the next level of that is you all need to know everybody's parts. So I tell my ensemble here at the university, rehearsal is not for us to learn our music. Rehearsal is to learn everybody else's music. You need to understand how your parts fit into the whole. So in rehearsal, it's not about you learning how to play your part. It's you playing your part and listening to everything else that's going on in this thing. That's what it's about. Okay? So I think you all are going to be first since you're already here.
Makes sense. Is there any sense of normally when we do? I haven't been here since the one before COVID. So where would be the best place for us to put gear and whatnot since we've been in?
Just over there. Yeah. And then just listen very carefully for instructions. When you're done, you're going to leave, go out that door. Don't necessarily grab all your stuff. Go out that door. You can leave like big instruments and things out here in the where you had lunch today, where the pizzas were. And then you're going to come back in and sit down and listen to the other band plus the wind ensemble here. Then once this is all over with, then you can come back in here and grab your stuff that's going to be over there. But you want to probably put all your cases, water bottles, things like that, just kind of over there against the railing when we're done.
Percussion with that, if it's something small like, let's say the wind chimes, any of our stuff with that, let's get that over there too.
Yep.
Since Happer Horsham will be using some of their own stuff.
You should probably, percussion, you should probably take your own stuff out into the hallway.
Yeah,
out there.
Let's do that.
Okay. Hey friends, it's really been a pleasure. This man is the real deal. No, serious. He's the real deal. I know you haven't had a lot of time with him. I have. I've known him now for over 4 years. He's an amazing music educator if you will just open your mind to what he has to say and trust him. I have every degree of respect and ounce of trust in everything he's trying to do with you. So he will take you to the promised land. Preach. Amen. Hallelujah. Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Hey, say thank you to Dr. Martin, please.
All right, here we are at the Wind Band Symposium, sponsored by the National Band Association and Westchester University Wells School of Music. This is the home stretch. This is the end of 2 days worth of clinicking. We have had 5 different bands who have come here. Ephrata High School under the direction of Steve Goss, Warwick High School under the direction of Matt Tenaglia, Fleetwood High School under the direction of Elizabeth Mahovsky, and then today, those were all yesterday, and today, as you are about to hear, is J.P. McCaskey High School under the direction of John Johnston, and Hatboro Horsham High School under the direction of Erica Westcott. This is a really neat event in that we get to see a couple of different bands clinicked by 3 different people, and we get to see them working on sometimes the same music in different ways, sometimes it's on different music, but the 3 clinicians this year, the 2 who are always here, who are on the faculty here at Westchester University, are Dr. Greg Martin and Dr. Adam Gumbel. And this year's special guest came all the way from Colorado, and that's Director of Bands at Colorado State, Dr. Rebecca Phillips. I'm going to be honest, I just started to say doctor, but the word director came out of my mouth instead, so I just rolled right into Director of Bands. That was smooth until I said what I did. Anyway, it's been really awesome watching all 3 of them working with the bands, and there's been some commonalities in what they have worked on with the bands, talking about ownership, about leading from their chairs rather than being passive, but being active participants in making musical decisions, and on being responsible for expressing musical opinions, which a band can be a kind of a passive activity when there's obviously a conductor who tells you when to start and when to stop and what the tempo is, etc. But actually there's like an awful lot of decisions that need to be made on a piece by piece, measure by measure, note by note basis, and all 3 of the directors did a really wonderful job. It's also cool of like making that point, and it's also cool to hear the actual band directors of these programs, because it's amazing when it's your kids and you can say the same thing 15 or 50 times, and then Rebecca Phillips says it for the 51st time. It's just a little bit different, and then all of a sudden it clicks, and then she gets the credit. And but the good directors don't care who gets the credit. It's just all about empowering the students to make music, and that's that's what's been happening in spades for the last 2 days. I wanted to thank J.W. Pepper, who provided the stream for this event. Founded in 1876, J.W. Pepper is the best online store for sheet music with over 1 million titles in stock. We offer sheet music for directors and performers alike, as well as music, equipment, accessories, and software to support your musical journey. ePrint, our digital sheet music, offers printable sheet music that's accessible without an internet connection through the free ePrint Go app. Plus, we offer downloadable MP3s, a resource musicians love. Listen to the music and see the score before you buy, and shop with confidence thanks to the Pepper Guarantee. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money refunded. Also wanted to thank KHS America, Jupiter Band Instruments, and XO Brass for helping to make my appearance possible. They have supported me for, it's been over 15 years now, teaching hundreds, if not probably over 1,000 clinics in high schools and colleges all over the country and all over the world. So thank you to them for helping to make my appearance possible. And also a word about our host, Westchester University at the Wells School of Music. Explore a career in music at the Westchester University Wells School of Music, accredited with the National Association of Schools of Music. Programs are available in music performance, education, theory, history, composition, studio composition, music with elective studies in an outside field, and music therapy. The university provides state-of-the-art rehearsal and performing facilities and scholarship opportunities. Students can also get involved in multiple ensembles, including band, vocal choral, orchestra, and more. With more than 200 concerts annually, the Wells School of Music is looking forward to welcoming you to campus or via live stream for an upcoming performance, music-specific tour, or shadow day. We hope that you will experience in person the vibrancy of our nationally recognized programs of study and see firsthand the remarkable scholarly and artistic community that is the Wells School of Music at Westchester University. And finally, the National Band Association. We are grateful for our partnership with the National Band Association in producing this event. The National Band Association is an organization open to anyone and everyone interested in bands, regardless of the length of experience, type of position held, or the specific level at which one works. The membership roster includes professionals and students from every facet of the band world. National Band Association is today's professional organization for band directors, and it stands ready to serve all members of the association through a variety of projects and initiatives. In addition to supporting a national professional association for bands and band music, the benefits of membership in the National Band Association include subscription to The Instrumentalist, official magazine for all individual, student, institutional, and corporate memberships, which is 5 issues a year, subscription to the NBA Journal, 4 issues a year, 2 hard copies and 2 electronic copies. Almost all journals, especially the recent years, are available by PDF. Access to valuable resources including the selective music lists, concert band music and concert marches, access to mentors and mentor programs, and support of young conductors and young composers interested in wind bands through our mentor projects. Any students listening should take advantage of the $5 student membership rate to enjoy the benefits of this outstanding organization. Okay, I have the program information here for what you are about to hear. You are first going to hear the J.P. McCaskey High School band under the direction of John Johnston. They are going to play How to Train Your Dragon by John Powell, arranged by one of my longtime friends, Sean O'Laughlin. And after that, Hatboro Horsham High School, under the direction of Erica Westcott, is going to play Byzantine Dances by Carol Britton Chambers. And then finally, our hosts for this event, the Westchester University Wind Ensemble, are going to be playing 2 pieces, Hunting Tower by Respighi and Renewal by Viet Quang. And so if you are just tuning in, one of the things that is really neat about this event is that a lot of these bands, a lot of clinics like this, it is for bands who are like ready to go and where everything is already polished and the clinicians come in and kind of make it like the very the final improvements. These bands are much earlier in their concert preparation, and so the music is much more raw, and so it's kind of a unique aspect to this clinic as to when it happens in the calendar year. And the progress that these students have made just since this morning is really remarkable. There were 2 90-minute clinics and then 1 60-minute clinic, and then they were subjected to me talking at them for 45 minutes as well about a variety of different things. But it's really neat to see the progress that happens individually and collectively at the ensemble level during this. So this is Andrew Hitz signing off. You should not sign off. The concert's about to begin. And also know that on the Westchester University Band YouTube channel, which you are watching right now if you are hearing my voice, then not only is all day of today and all day of yesterday archived there, but there are also previous years that are there as well. So you can see Alex Kaminsky was the clinician last year, and you can see him working with bands as well as Dr. Martin and Dr. Gumbel. So go ahead and check that out, both for the performances and for the pedagogy. So thank you so much for joining us, and we are now going to shortly head into the auditorium where we are going to hear all 3 bands perform.
Well, good afternoon, friends. My name is Andrew Yozviak, and I have the privilege of being the director of bands here at Westchester University. I was just saying to one of the Hatboro parents out in the hallway, what a special event this is for us at the university each year. We get to support a lot of activities and be out seeing the groups perform at the end of their musical journey, at the ends of their preparations. But to be able to spend a day with some great friends who've come here from a lot of different places and be able to talk about what's going on in their musical experiences as they're learning the music, as they're first starting to prepare the pieces, that's very special to us. We bill this as a front-end event because it's right at the beginning of our experience with any particular concert cycle, and we kind of liken it to concert band camp. You know, in the summertime, you're taking your kids over to the school, they're marching on hot pavement and 90-degree heat, learning their show, getting really excited about what's to come for that fall season. We kind of see this as the equivalent for what's going on with their concert experiences. Many of the groups we've had here today are going to have some other performances they're preparing for through the spring, whether it's concerts in your own communities at home, whether it's a PMEA assessment, whether it's a Music for All presentation, or any of the opportunities and experiences that are available to our students. It starts somewhere. And for a lot of us, we got to be part of that initial experience this weekend. So I'd first like to thank the directors, Erica Westcott and John Johnston, for bringing their students here. And special thanks to the students. This isn't something that we do every weekend. We usually hit Friday, and it's like, peace out. I am doing anything but school for this weekend. And we have our own things that we do on Saturdays and Sundays. Some of us are working, some of us are doing other things. And I have to imagine there were any number of sacrifices that happened within the groups to make this event possible, even for the individual ensembles. And for me, that's really inspiring because it shows what your level of commitment is and just how important this ensemble and this community and this family is to you. So thank you, students. All right, so I charged you when we first started today, and we were all talking here in the hall. What are those things that you're always doing in your programs? Every single day you sit down with your ensemble. We do these tuning things. We do these technique things. We have all these different ways that we talk about communicating with each other. Give yourself a minute right now to do a personal inventory. How many of those things that you do every single day with Ms. Westcott or Mr. Johnston were validated by at least one person who worked with you today? How many of those things that you do every single day were validated by all three of the people you worked with today, right? How many things that any of the clinicians spoke to you about challenged you to think about music in a little different way, or challenged you about how to communicate with each other more effectively, or challenged you to be able to create a better product just because of the way you go about your business? And for me, that's a lot of what today is about. So as you get back into your band rooms on Monday or the next day you have your rehearsals, take a couple minutes. Take a couple minutes to unpack some of this stuff and have some conversations. And what were the things that were meaningful to you? And what were the things that you think, yeah, I don't know about that. Tell me about that. And you're like, I really didn't understand this thing. So we get to continue these conversations, right? All right. Special thanks to our guests. who are visiting us on campus today and helped to make this a special experience for our high school students. First, Dr. Rebecca Phillips from Colorado State University. He unfortunately had to bolt right out after he finished his last announcement on the stream, but Andrew Hitz from Jupiter Music and tuba player extraordinaire. Awesome, yeah? And my partners in crime here at Westchester University, Dr. M. Gregory Martin, Dr. Adam Gumbel. All right, so this part of our performance, as I said earlier, this is just the start of our musical journey in preparing this program. So we don't often refer to this as a performance as much as we do a show and tell, because this is a work in progress. And being able to observe the progress that happened today amongst these ensembles was pretty amazing. And J.P. McCaskey is going to start us off here with an arrangement from How to Train Your Dragons. Yeah, it's going to be the first of a couple Scottish pieces we're hearing today, yeah? All right, so please welcome to the stage Mr. John Johnston and the J.P. McCaskey Concert Band.
J.W. Pepper sells more than sheet music. We now carry marching band and color guard equipment from the brands you know and trust. Shop gear for your marching band at jwpepper.com/marchingarts.
Do you want a second? Please help me welcome to the stage, under the direction of Ms. Erica Westcott, the Hatboro Horsham Concert Band, and they'll be performing Byzantine Dances by Carol Brinton Chambers. under the heading of everything being a work in progress, we just got back on campus last Monday, so everything that you're going to hear today from our wind ensemble is also a work in progress. And we like to make sure that we're sharing with the experience, because this happens at every level. You start at one point, things get better with rehearsal and with reinforcement and with scrutiny, and this is kind of where we are in our journey. So we have two tunes that we're going to perform for you today. The first one is entitled Hunting Tower, and it was by a very famous romantic early 20th century composer named Ottorini Respighi, and he wrote it for an American bandsman, Edwin Franco Goldman, as a commemoration or in celebration of one of his favorite places, which was a castle, an old medieval castle in Scotland. So as the piece begins, it opens very mysteriously and very subtly with a theme that manifests itself through the whole piece. But as it progresses and as it develops, you start to hear some Scottish themes, very typical Scottish themes, work their way into the texture and the work. And I do want you to keep an eye on the opening tuba theme that you hear, because it, in and of itself, goes on a little bit of a journey throughout the piece. And just kind of keep track of that and see how many different ways you can note that that's manifested as you're listening. So here's a Hunting Tower Ballad for Band. This is our Westchester University Wind Ensemble. It's one of 4 concert wind bands sponsored by the university. Anybody who wants to play in band here at Westchester University has a seat in our ensembles. You audition for placement in those organizations. In addition to our 4 inside concert bands, we have 2 big band jazz ensembles, one of which is on the road today just up the street in Media at Pencrest High School. You may have noticed some of our personnel running in at the last minute. They were on a gig, played that gig, got back here to do our set, and then they're going to head back for another part of the evening there in Media. We have a Latin jazz ensemble, any number of small jazz combos, and our 330 plus member incomparable Golden Rams marching band that just found their way back from Pasadena, California in a performance in the Rose Bowl this year. So we're very, very proud of the strong band tradition we have at the school, and very proud to be able to offer the different experiences that we can, not only to our students on campus, but to our community of musicians here in southeastern Pennsylvania. The last piece that we're going to perform for you today is by, I hesitate to say up and coming because he's been around a while, but his music is really starting to catch fire. Viet Quang has written this piece for percussion quartet and wind ensemble, and his inspiration for the piece was different kinds of renewable energy. And we're going to perform the first 2 movements from this piece called Renewal. And if you see it written, the new part, renewal, is in parentheses because he's talking about new ways to think about producing energy. The first movement is entitled Hydro, and you can see our water glasses over here that will get a little bit of action. The second movement is entitled Wind. And that's this setup over here, and one of the visual things that you'll see our soloists engaging in is actually the spinning of a windmill, those kind of things. So you could look for that symbolism that he has worked into the piece. I'd like to introduce to you senior percussionists, Jacob Scheidt, David Sabella, Anthony Maldonado, and Craig G. Marino. They'll be our soloists for today's performance of Viet Quang's Renewal. you want to hear how it ends, you can come back here on February 25th for our full performance of Renewal and the rest of our program. We hope to see you on campus again sometime soon. Thanks so much for joining us today, and have a great weekend, friends.